Twitch stream come up. Make sure it's working. Seems to be working just fine. Alright, time to get started. Just gonna start a new project here. Super Kero land. Do I need the font? Yeah, I'll go and get the font. Actually, I don't know how to render fonts in 3D yet. I'm sure it's easy. Alright. Super Kero land project. Gotta rename the project. Very important. Super Kero land. And I will call it Super Kero land. And I need a 4:3 aspect ratio. I don't really need a 4:3 aspect ratio. Okay. Camera position shall be 0. All this should be fine. Now I want an orthographic projection of size 320 by 240. 0 to 100? Yeah, I suppose that'll work. Now let's just draw something quickly. Red. Let's do 0, 0, 0. Then 32, 32, 0. And hopefully a block should show up. What do we got? I need to edit my library. Here we go. 374. Yeah. Platform 377. Yep. Need to rename some of these things. I've just changed some of the conventions of my libraries. Alright. Makes pointer from integer without a oh, right. Let's do and I need to send this argument to a bunch of functions. And where do we deal with window? Right here. Platform dot window. No block though. So I will try quickly. 0, 0, -5. Nope, it's not to do with the z-axis. We have texture 2D enabled. Maybe I should disable it down here. That's not it either. We won't need camera rotation in this. Maybe I'll leave those there just in case I want to use them later. GL ortho. Viewport. Orthographic. I have to change that viewport function later to correctly scale the screen. Well, I'll change the clear color to green. Okay, we've got that result correctly. I'm just going to make this. It could just be. Oh wait, I didn't do any GL begin. For some reason I thought I did. Push matrix, GL begin. Oops. And then end. There. One of them, anyway. 0, 32. Oh, not a triangle strip. Triangle fan. There. Now, this should be square. Let's translate it to, you know, I'll do -16, 16. Whoops. Just so that that's centered. And then I'll translate it to 160 and 120. It should be in the middle, and then oh, that's odd. Oh, before the begin. There we go. Okay, so in the middle, but the center is right here at the bottom. So now this we need to make this a square. Scale. Platform.window.width. Width over height. Or that's aspect. Window aspect. Game aspect shall be 320 divided by 240. Then if window aspect is larger than game aspect, int scale, then scale shall equal. So if window aspect is larger than game aspect, 320 over 240. 320 over 240. This number would be larger. Width would be larger. So that means scale shall equal platform.window.height divided by 240. Right? Because the width has extra, so we just scale to the maximum value allowed by the height. Then we just do width over 320. Now, window.width times scale. No. 320 times scale. 240 times scale. It's a square now, but it's not. It's scaling too large. Did I do these around the wrong way? Doesn't seem like it. Wonder what I did wrong. What happens if I make it really tiny? Oh yeah, it goes all sorts of... Oh, and then it doesn't. So perhaps we should just do width over 320. The smaller of width over 320 and, whoops, height over 240. Doesn't that make sense? And I don't even need that or that. Seems like it's kind of working, but I don't know what's with all this green space. But it seems like, you know, this is the 320 by 240 with him in the middle. And then, you know, it scales it. That's 0 scale there. Let's do float scale. I'm still working with integers, right? Float over 320.f float 240.f. Now it should smoothly scale up, which is not what we ultimately want, but we just want it to be able to go below 1 scale. Now 320 times scale if scale is less than 1. Actually, if scale is larger than or equal to 1, then scale equals int scale. So that way below 1x will scale linearly, but above 1x we scale by integers. So we get pixel perfect scaling. So why do I have this extra green in my window? Weird. I'm really not sure what's up with that. Maybe I need to just do a clear right here. Clear it all to 0. Nope. Doesn't work. What is with that? Well, vec3 player. Actually, I'll just make struct player with a vec3 position. Unionize. Pause and P. Hey, cute math, what's up? Already changed project? This is just a side project. I note him on as my main thing, and it will be for a few years until I finish it. So no harm in making a little side project. I was actually just working on note him on this week off stream, you know. So, but for reasons, I need to make a 2D platformer. And I happen to be inspired by Super Mario Land, which I played recently. So the timing is right to make Super Kero Land. Just a small game. Player dot position equals 0, 0, 0. Beware of Nintendo. I'm pretty sure you can say your game is inspired by something. And I don't think they have Super XXX Land trademarked or anything. So, you know, I don't think there will be a problem, right? So that's my position. The camera position. I feel like the camera's position should be defined by the left. The left bottom or something. Maybe not though. Yeah, that seems right. The left bottom or the left top. Probably the left bottom. Maybe just the left. Maybe the camera shouldn't vertically scroll. I don't think it vertically scrolls in Super Mario Land. Yeah. Let's do let's do a float camera x. Camera x equals 0. And then I'll do an offset. Camera x offset 320/2. And then when we translate here, we go negative camera x minus camera x offset. And then all this can just be 0. And let's see, let's move the player around. If kp keyboard. Actually, it's platform.keyboard now. Left. Then player.p.x. I'll just do minus minus for now. Man. Right plus plus. No semicolon. This doesn't work? Well. There. Will that work? No semicolon at end of structure. Oh. That wasn't the problem. That was. KP left undeclared. Really? Oh, I think I know what's wrong there. Oh, it's key left. Right. Key left, key right. Camera X offset undeclared. Oh. Just misspelled. Did an extra T there. There we go. And my player is not moving because I'm not even translating by the player's position. Player.p.x, player.p.y. I guess I'll leave the Z there hard-coded. Whoa. Well, there he is. Alright, so you can see the edge of the screen there. I just don't know why it's green after the edge of the screen. But I guess it's not a big deal for now. Oh. My microphone boom thing is really loose. I'm gonna go and grab some pliers. I'm back. Gotta tighten up this screw thing. Sorry about the noise on my microphone while I do this. Oh god, it might be horrible. Alright. Tighten, damn you. Alright. Needs to be tighter still. I'm gonna mute my microphone while I do this because I bet that noise is absolutely atrocious. Alright, now I just gotta put these tools away. I'm back. Sorry about all the horrible noises and everything. But now, hopefully my microphone won't just flaccidly drop. Alright. Thanks, QMath. So... that's obviously way too fast. I suppose I should, minus equals... it's been a while? Sure. I guess I'll give the player a speed variable. I have to change it later. Float, whoops, fpat, speed, and s. Speed equals, I'll just randomly give it a value, times delta. There. Alright, and plus. Much more reasonable. Now, it seems like, so the player starts at 0. That's center bottom. Camera offset is 320 over 2. That's 160. Camera X starts at 0. So the center of the camera should be at 160. I guess I should do negative and then make this an addition, just because it's kind of makes more sense. So why isn't the player visible immediately? He should be right down here. That's weird. Weird. I shall also start the player off at x of 16, y of 16. And, yeah, that seems okay. How big is that? Okay. Now I'm gonna take some shots. One shot of Super Mario Land. Well, alright. That'll be good. Now open up a sprite. I'm going to size things up in Super Mario Land. 320 by 240. Actually, Super Mario Land will be 160 by 144. I guess I'll do grayscale for this. And A-Sprite immediately crashed. Thanks, A-Sprite. Alright, I'll put it into GIMP. I'll scale it to 160 by 144. Alright, looks like all the pixels survived. You know what, I'll just use GIMP, since A-Sprite. But I want to use A-Sprite to make my graphics, so... let's see if it'll work this time. I'll just do RGBA. Okay, now I was able to import everything. So, and I'll do a new one at 320 by 240. Okay, so can I do a grid? Yeah, grid settings, width 8, whoops, by 8. Okay, so now we can examine the sprites. I'm surprised Mario is bigger than just 2 sprites. I thought it'd be like 1 or 2 8x8 sprites. But he takes up 4 sprite boxes, I guess? I don't know. Or, I think the mountain here is confusing things. I don't know, maybe not though. Maybe not. In any case, I'm basically going to create something like this initially. So 160 over 8 is 20, so it's 20 wide by 18 tall. So, oh, so if I have 16 by 16, or if I have 16 by 16 sprites, I'll have 20 by 15 sprites, and there are 20 by 18 sprites in Super Mario Land. So that seems alright. 20 by 15? Sure, so 16 by 16 sprites. So I'll go back in here, change all this to 8. Oops. 8. And 16. 16. I'll undisable texture 2D. And then do text coord 2D. 0, 0. 1, 0. 1, 1. 0, 1. Player dot sprite. And GLUint sprite. And we need to load the sprite. Well, we need to draw a sprite. Don't need this anymore. So let's open up 16 by 16. So Mario took up some number of sprites there. Let's see how big Mario gets when he eats a mushroom. Alright. There we go. Scale that. 166. Whoops. Huh. Why is it 166? Well, it's 160 by 144. Gosh, I was so confused for a moment there. New frame. There. So I don't need to do multiple individual sprites or anything. Maybe I should just copy Mario. Where's the magic wand? Deselect. Can you deselect some stuff? Right button remove from current selection. Okay. Oh, that did a lot. Okay. Copy this guy. To a new layer. Alright. Fine. Okay. Get. That's M. Well. Deselect, please. Oh God, what's happening? Deselect. Please let me deselect. What the hell? What? Oh, it was selecting like the entire screen. How weird. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. I'll just delete the whole frame. So Mario, whoops, Mario big. Now I'll extract little Mario. Hey, guess I have to hold shift to add to selection. Okay, now deselect a few bits. Okay, cut him out and put him on a new layer. Oops, that's what happened. I magic wanded everything. Okay. Mario small. And now I can easily directly compare them. Perhaps I should colorize them differently or something. I don't know. Well, I'll just hide that layer. How do I change the background to? Maybe I should make a background layer. BG. Okay, so now I can easily see the Mario sprites. Now, did I mess up Mario's hair? Oh, I did. He's got 2 nice big pixels. Color dropper is I. There, he looks like that. Okay. So should I keep like exact same proportions or similar? I guess I'll just go similar. But suppose I'll start with big Kero and then go to little Kero afterwards. Kind of looks like what they did here. So big Mario is 2 sprites high and like 1.5 wide almost. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's 3/8. 1 3/8. I guess that makes him. Can I just box select and it'll tell me how big it is anyway? 11 by 16. So this sprite perhaps should be 32 tall. Two grid squares tall. And then 11, so that'd be 22. 22 by 32. Okay, so it's going to be a frog type character. Whoops. Oh. There. Could have big eyes. Alright. Big old eyes. Maybe the eyes should be white. Kind of makes sense. But then green for the horrifying. Suppose the eyes could be more on the front than the top. Sort of the top front. Whoops. Gosh, heinous. Suppose he should have a bit of a protrusion for where his nose could be. That's weird looking. I actually kind of like it, weirdly. Not bad. Strangely, not bad. Gotta have a big head and a round body. Yep, nice round body. And little legs. Itty bitty legs. I'm going to move this forward a bit. Are these the same color? Just about. How did that happen? This one should be brighter. There we go. Okay. Fat little legs. I feel like I could bring up his rotund body. Maybe he's too fat now, I don't know. Nah, no such thing as too fat for the main character. Gotta have a chubby guy. Okay. He needs arms. Let's do really little arms as well. Fat little arms. I just remembered, you know, last time I started making a platformer, I did the frog as the main character as well. Gosh, that was before even, you know, my game company was called Kero. Frogs, they're in my brain. Okay, I think this is hilarious. Now, should I make his head fatter? Oh, that looks good. Yep, slightly fatter head. Shall I make his body fatter? I wanted to reach the edge of the... Yep, make him nice and fat. Maybe when he powers up, like Mario gets the fire flower thing, although it's different in Mario Land. Don't know what it's called. Maybe when he powers up, he can get really fat. And then when he's weak, he can be really skinny. And then you could... Ooh, well, that might be fun. That might be fun. Fat guy with tiny legs, tiny arms. Good stuff. Now, should the arm end in a little thing like that? I feel like the arm should be a little longer. Because it's got to be able to, like, swing. Rather than jumping, this will probably roll, yeah? Bounce, maybe? He could bounce. Oh, that's not bad, actually. The first jump could be a normal size jump, right? But then, if you hold the jump button, he bounces when he hits the ground, and that's how you do a high jump. And, like, you've got to hold the bounce button to bounce on an enemy. Stuff. Well, yeah, that could work. That could work. He can curl up into a ball and just belly slam, you know? Do a belly flop. That could work. Alright, so I like that already. Now let's do... I need to, like, colorize things great. I just picked different colors so that I could do the individual body parts. I feel like that needs to be back a little bit. That's too far back. Actually, maybe forward. Yeah, that actually seems better. Tiny little legs close together. He can barely run. So let's see. I'm gonna colorize this just like that for the moment. This is the same color as that. So this needs to be a darker color down here. Yeah. And then let's do a bit of the good old dithering. Got to look at the sprite down here. This color contrast is too big. This color is not bright enough. And it's not green enough. Yeah, that looks better. That looks better. This one should be a little left in the spectrum. Even more left, perhaps. Alright. That doesn't look too bad. I feel like he's not round enough, though. Yeah. Change the curve on his face. Yeah, that seems better. Okay, now for the body. He could have a yellow spot on his front, so we've already got the same yellow there. So then we go for the green. He can have like a yellow belly. I'll do it in a completely different color just so it doesn't meld with this right away. Actually, maybe not a non-green body. No, I think a green body. Maybe he could wear an outfit though, I don't know. I like this coloration with the yellow. And I could add a few, like, I could add a little bit going on there. That's weird. I feel like some kind of, I don't know what, something should be going on with his belly here. That's too white. Needs to be more yellow. More colorized. Yeah, something needs to be going on with his belly. Especially since that's what he's belly slamming things with. Alright. Now, doing these colors. He needs to be darker around there. I feel like it is too big. Shave off a little bit. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Much as I want him to be enormous, he's still got to look right. Should he have a bright spot on his cranium? Nah, looks weird. Okay, now do a little bit of the old dithering. Dither it around, dither it around. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Not bad, not bad. And then something like that. And I guess I'll have to go to a different color for the very bottom. Maybe for the rear foot. Should be a different color like that. Just to emphasize it's in darkness. Or maybe it should be gray. I don't know what. I feel like just making it green like this is a little weird. Maybe it's okay though. Okay, well that actually looks okay, I think. His arm is a bit strange. What color did I do here? So we need this one. Alright. Alright, so I'm just going to export this. I'll save it. Super Kero Land. Sprites. Well, actually, I shouldn't really have a sprites folder. I should have a sprite sheet, a single sprite sheet, shouldn't I? Well, but the players can have a bunch of animations, so I guess I'll just call it player. And then I'll export it as a PNG. And now, if Koggle, is that what it? No, it's K3D. Load texture. How does this go? Oh, it is Koggle load texture. Texture ID pointer and player.sprite sprites/player.png. Then if that doesn't work, oops. Failed to load. Now we bind the player sprite and implicit declaration of GL bind. Oh, GL bind texture. What was that sound? Sounded like a single piano key being pressed. Maybe I just had an aneurysm or something. Too few arguments for bind texture. GL texture 2D. Okay, that's not right. Failed to load sprites player.png. Right. I bet a sprite just didn't export it. No, it did. There's player.png right here. So why would that fail? Sprites/player.png. Is it in this? Do I call these all kogle underscore or something? I do, don't know. No, it's k3d. See, it's normally k3d. I'm going to do k3d. So load texture. This part works. It doesn't say this in return. Wait, but it does return. It does return false. Oh, if not. Wow. Okay, whoops, what happened? Undefined reference to kogle load texture in Kero 3D model. On line 280. Implicit declaration of function. K3D load texture. Includes Kero 3D. I guess 3D. There. Okay, there's our fat little guy, and he's stretched because he's the wrong aspect ratio, of course. You heard the sound as well? No idea? You know what I think it was? No, it wasn't that. Oh, so that's quite similar. I think it was just somehow one of the springs in my microphone boom was like compressed in some way or taut somehow, and then it was released from that pressure for some reason. And so the spring, just moving a tiny bit, reverberated with the mic boom and made that tone. That must be what it was. Okay, so the player sprite is 16 by, or what is it? What is it? It's 22 by 32. Okay, so negative 11. And 32, so 16, 32. Okay. Now he shouldn't be a fat little guy. There you go. Now player.flip equals true, false, and scale. Scale F1 player.flip question mark -1 1 and 1, then add bool flip come on. Compile. There we go. Okay, so I think I need to scale before the translation. That makes sense. Oh. Maybe I need to turn off culling. Actually, that makes sense because but it's not the culling. Definitely a ghost, yeah, probably. Any idea about enemies? I'm gonna base them on Super Mario Land's enemies, but you know, ideas might change as I make the game. Of course, just like with the belly flopping thing. I'll just start from what Super Mario Land has and then reverse the texture coordinates. Yeah, I could do that. But this should work. Why doesn't that work? Oh! Because I'm flipping the Y instead of the X. There we go. See, doing it in this line just means it's only one line of code instead of, in every texture coordinate line. So now he's turning around. I guess I should make some level geometry so that he can run and jump on it. Now here's the trouble. I'm going to do arbitrary geometry, not grid-based squares. So I've done lots of grid-based stuff before, but I don't think I've ever done arbitrary geometry. So that'll be interesting. Something to learn. I need to take a lot of this code, actually. I need to refactor before this gets out of hand. And put it into its own separate file. So down here, include play.c. I don't think I need to do any if-end-defs or anything like that. But I need to make an enumerator. Next function. Or next game state, I guess. I guess they can be called states. And the states shall be state menu state, or title state play and state count. Then I need function pointers, void star state. Void star equals. Now I'll do a void here. Pound if and if. No, I don't think I need those because these state files will only be included by the main file. So I'm not going to have recursive things. Okay, you don't need if and if. Why on earth would you include a C file twice? Yeah, exactly. Void play. And I guess I should make a structure. Game data. Type def. Game data T. Game data. And the game data will have to hold the platform and player T. Then oops, player dot and this will have to be vec3 make. Okay. This will take a game data t star. Game data. You do that as well? Cool, cool. Game data t game data. I guess this doesn't have to be void star. It can be game data t star. And I'll make it play. Then initialize view. Game running. Well, that can go in game data t. Game running. Actually, I should do game quit, because then I can default it to 0. Game data t, game data equals 0. That sets everything to 0, and then while not game quit. It's good to have defaults of 0 when you can. And game data dot platform, game data dot player, and take all of this. Bool exit loop equals false while not exit loop. Okay. Game data arrow. Arrow. Then all of these need this. Now, camera needs to be part of the game data. Camera X, I guess. Actually, that only needs to be part of play. Actually, no, I want it to carry across game data, and I can reset it when necessary. So I want a level editor that can immediately drop back into the play, and so they need to share camera X position. Whoops. Game data dot arrow. Player dot flip, player dot sprite. All that's fine. Platform. And then instead of exiting 0 here, I should suppose this should go inside game data as well, maybe. No, it's not really game data. Yeah, let's put it inside game data. Game data state. Game data state equals. But then oh wait. State functions equals, this needs to be an array, and right now the only one will be play. But what I need to next state equals state count and exit loop equals true. Same for this, and then down here, if game data next state is not equal to state count, then we do state functions game data next state. I need to do state count, then assign it down here. State functions state play equals play. And then we execute the function game data. Otherwise we exit out of the loop, right? Else, well, you know what? I can just put this. Maybe I don't need a game quit at all. I can just do that. So we need next state. Get rid of that. Int. Well, this can be an instance of this enumerator. Can you make an instance of an enumerator? I don't know. Int next state. Okay, we should make next state equal state play. And now, I need to have this function. Oh, it is already declared up here. Now, will it compile? No. Line 4, error. Type def struct 16. Oh, player T. Wait, I put camera X inside player T? What am I doing? It needs to be in game data. So that'll be set to 0. In function play state count undeclared. Because I need to include this between the enumerator and the state function. Wait, actually it can even go down here. Now, state functions. Declaration of state functions as array of voids. Is this not how you declare a function pointer? I need to get my book. The C programming language by my close personal friend Brian Kernighan and the now deceased Dennis Ritchie. So, if function pointer 201 function calls Where do they tell me about function pointers? Guess I'll check one of the other references. Function pointer 118. 118. Pointers to functions. Void star state functions. Array of voids. Platform undeclared. I'll fix this error. Array of voids, you reckon? Void star state functions. State count. I'm just going to Google it. C array of function pointers. What does Stack Overflow have for me? Oh, I've already looked this up before, apparently. That's pretty much... Oh! I put that in the wrong spot, that's all. Invalid type of argument. Have game data T. Oh! This should be a dot. And same with that. Platform undeclared. I guess we need to pass in game data. And then game data. I think that's the only time we initialize view. Okay. Things are running again. That wasn't so bad. Put my book away. I should probably stop the screen from being green at this point, since we have a green character. Just make it black. So why doesn't the character show up right here? He should start off visible, right? Viewport is 320 by 240. No, that's the orthographic projection, rather. And the player's position starts at 16. Perhaps I should do bottom left as player position instead of center anything, but then the flipping. I think it's okay to do this. But he's not 16 wide. How wide is the player? 11 by 11. Well, it's, 22. So make that 11 to make it centered. And how tall is he? 32, so this needs to be... Well, that's just putting him up a few blocks. How many blocks do we start off with in Mario Land? 2 blocks below them, huh? I feel like I could go 1 block. But maybe I should go 2. Yeah, go 1. Since I only have 15 blocks high and they had 18. Why does he not show up immediately? Why? Be more constructive with your feedback, please. Why? Player's position. Translate by position. Translate negative camera X plus camera X offset. If I don't do this, then the player starts off down the bottom. What the? So camera X. Wait. Oh, maybe I don't need a camera X offset. Maybe I'm really dumb. I think that's the case. I was thinking for some reason that the OpenGL camera would center itself. Of course it wouldn't. It just takes the bottom left, I think. Possibly the top left. Probably the bottom left. I don't know. I don't know what it's doing, but it's fine now. So, I'm going to need a dynamic array. And this dynamic array... I think what I will want to do... I'm going to get out my drawing tablet so I can do a little sketching. Sorry about the horrible noise. just couldn't find the pen for my tablet for a moment. Okay, horrible noise is over. For now. Although they are a cornerstone of my stream, obviously. Okay. Make sure my pen is synced up to the thing correctly. Yep. And man, I wish Milton worked on Linux. Oh well. Critter will do. So here's my game world. Here is my game world. It's not going to be that tall. I'm going to shorten it right now. Alright. There we go. And I'm going to want to split up the game world into chunks like this. Horizontal chunks. And then inside each chunk shall be graphical stuff. Whoa, la la la. Fine. Graphics, and then also collision geometry. Whatever. I don't know. Because I don't think I want to do it per pixel or anything, or with any fancy slopes. I think just polygons will be okay. So I guess I need some kind of I need some kind of structure that can encapsulate one of these. I'll call it a chunk. And then a chunk shall include, a bunch of sprites. Which will be position, texture ID, and I guess a polygon to draw that sprite. Bunch of sprites, and then separate to that, a bunch of polygons for collisions. Sorry about my nose. They can all be fixed width. What else might I need? Entities, I guess. You know, like enemies that walk around. I guess entities. Entities. Right now, whoops. How the hell did I misspell that so badly? Right now, I can only think of enemies. Might have other stuff. Oh, you know what? Maybe these shouldn't be inside a chunk. But they should be, because they come from a chunk. So, you know, there might be a little angry mushroom man. He looks like a chef hat with legs. And, you know, there might be the old... That's a Koopa Troopa. Beautiful. Oh, I'm in black. That's why it's not showing up in color. So I guess it will have to have a map of the enemies. Perhaps whenever a chunk loads, it initializes the enemies, but it just sends these enemies to game data. And then they exist inside game data. But well, yeah, and then there won't be that many of them to process, so I can just check for collisions against all of them, since I'll only have the chunk the player is in plus 1. This chunk and that chunk loaded, and that's it. And load the next chunks as the player moves, or at least instantiate them. They'll be loaded in memory, but they won't be doing anything. What else might I need? What else? Oops, this needs a G. Need some kind of blocks. That can't just be a sprite and a corresponding polygon. This is sort of static stuff. Static. So, should these be entities as well? At any time, I would only have... The only entities would be some coins, some blocks, some enemies. At most, I would have like 20 entities at once. So, I guess that's fine to just process them all. Just brute force, instead of having to divide them up anyway. So, entities, boxes, coins, bullets, as in bullet bills, that kind of thing. Yep. Is that everything that I'll need in these chunks anyway? I think so. So I'm going to move this off screen, so only I need to see it now. So I need an array of chunks here, chunk T star chunks. But maybe it doesn't need to be in game data. I feel like that could, but I need chunks whether I'm in play or level editor. So I guess, maybe I should just have a maximum count of chunks instead of a dynamic array. That might be good, because then the chunks will be one screen large, and then the X coordinate divided by screen width, 320, would be their index in the array. So I will just call this a fixed array of 64 chunks. That's way too many, probably. I don't think any level would be 64 chunks wide. Seems crazy. So I can always make that bigger or smaller later, but I need the chunk T type. And you know, this probably needs to go in its own file. Include chunk.h, I guess. Chunk.h. Extern. You know, what am I even doing this C++ thing? Not going to release this for anyone else to use. It'll all be open source, but if they want to use it in their shitty C++ programming language, they can add the extern C themselves, god damn it. How about that, instead of messing up my indentation? Okay, so first thing we need is chunk T. And chunk T needs to include static polygons and sprites. Now I might want invisible polygons, invisible colliders, invisible static colliders, and I might want sprites without colliders. So these will definitely be separate. But the sprite needs certain properties. So I guess I'll make the sprite structure here, and I'll move it into its appropriate file later. And the sprite needs texture and I don't think I need to do vec2s. I think I can just do float x1, x2, y1, y2. I'd rather do zeros, I think. x0, x1, y0, y1. And I'll make this a union in case I need to iterate later. I can do float v4 for vertices. That kind of works. I guess I could make that a vec2 t v2. In which case, to line up with the memory, it should be like that. Then, so we need position, texture ID, and polygon. So that's the polygon, that's the texture ID, and we just need a position. But I think I'll want multiples of the same sprite, so I need a separate position thing. So I'll do vec2 t. You know what, I'll do a structure here. Sprites. And that shall contain sprite t, sprite, and vec2 t position, and you know, I'll unionize because I'm all about that. Pause and p. And you know, why not union sprite and s, and even spr? Why not? You never know. Never know what you want. That'll be fine. So now we've got an array of sprites. Then we need static polygons for collisions. Do I need a special structure for this? I feel like I do. Struct polygon. And that shall just be an array of vertices. And make that a union verts v vertex, sure, whatever I might want to call it. Shall it just be that? It's a dynamic array, so therefore you know what, I might not need a polygon structure. If it's just a dynamic array of vertices, then I can already ask how many vertices I have in the polygon. So I guess I don't actually need a special structure for that. Surprised. Polygons. Oh. Yeah. I need an array of polygons, which is each a dynamic array of vertices. That's right. A dynamic array of polygons of dynamic arrays of vertices. Now, so that's polygons, static polygons. Now entities. I suppose we need a union for entities. Type diff. Entity T. Entity T star entities. And each entity will need its own sprite. I'll do this. Does it need to be a pointer? Yeah, pointer is better. And so it needs its own sprite, it needs its own position. Again, I will use the union. Position. And what else might it need? It needs like an ID. Very first thing in the union should be an ID. An ID, identifier. I've never done generic entities before, so I'm just thinking what I need. I need an identifier to tell me what kind of entity it is. I suppose ID is a bit generic. Type would make more sense. Entity type. And then I need an enumerator. Entity type. Entity coin, for instance. And then depending on what type of entity it is, I might need other properties as well. Oh, I should put on the little warning about the T. So I'll need to add in more properties to this entity type later for the different entity types. But we have an array of entities for each chunk. Okay. Well, my tea didn't need much heating up because there's not much tea left in the pot, tragically. Oh, what a sad day. I just need to let my pot cool down and then I'll be able to fill it with fresh water and make more tea, though. So, it's not the end of the world, as we know it. So, in our very first chunk, I shall do some stuff. Game data dot chunks 0 dot polygons. I want to KDA init this thing with size 1. Then KDA init polygons 0 dot vertices. Wait. I just need an array of an array. I guess it's good having a name though. Polygon 0 dot vertices with a size of like 16. Then push game data chunk 0 dot vertices vec2 make 0 0. The x offset will already be inherent, so I don't need to store that inside here. 0 0 16 0 32. Oh, you know what, this should start 16 16. I'll go to 32 and then I'll do a slope here. 48 32, and then I'll stay up there to 96, and then I'll go down more slowly and then drop straight down. Okay, so chunk.h, I'm including chunk.h now, right? Okay, so now in play we need to draw the level. Pop matrix, push matrix, pop matrix. I'm gonna do another one of these. I like to separate things out, so I can bind texture 0. Then translate. Suppose I should, well, I'll put this in a loop later. To draw each chunk, I'll only need to draw the first, oh, the two anyway. I don't know. Translate 0 0 negative 50 and begin lines. So for int I equals 0, I is less than KDA top. Game data chunks 0 polygons 0 dot vertices. What a mouthful. Okay, so I'm gonna need this. GL vertex 3F. This dot X, this dot Y, 0. And that should draw some lines, right? Line strip, I guess. Somehow I've buggered something up, haven't I? This isn't gonna work. Oh. Kero dynamic array. Oh, it's in Kero std. No semicolon in chunk. Where did I miss my semicolon? Line 10. Huh? Oh. Right there. In play.c, yep. Error. That is a pointer. Huh? Oh, vertices I. Dot X. Amazing! I am so impressed that that worked so easily. We have a black outline. What is with that? Oh, I guess I don't have transparency enabled. Blend source up. Well, that's true. So there's transparency here. Why is there no wait, when I was clearing the screen to a different color it was working, right? Yeah. That's weird. What the? Why do the lines get obliterated when the background doesn't? That's really strange. That is really quite strange. Alright, my teapot has cooled down, so I'm gonna go and grab some fresh water. Be back in a minute. Okay, my computer actually locked itself while I was gone, but I hope that didn't interrupt the stream at all. OBS isn't complaining. I'll make sure I still show up correctly on Twitch. Move around this guy. Wait, did he move? Okay, yeah, everything's working fine. Good. The delay is surprisingly low. Anyway, I am back. And now I'm making my tea. So, it's a mystery why that's getting blocked out. Because transparency is enabled. But it doesn't really matter because we're not going to actually draw the polygons later. It'll all be sprites. But I was thinking perhaps the polygons should have to be convex. Pretty sure I'll have to do that. Now, convex polygon collision. This is something I've never done before. So, oh, concave polygons. No. Ooh, this looks like a good website. Wow, this was last updated significantly in '99, but I bet it's still relevant and correct, because, like he says, physics on graphics cards is still not that common. You can do it though, compute shaders and whatnot. But I guess he was a little wrong, or maybe the timing is just not right and it hasn't happened yet. He doesn't actually mention checking for collisions between two convex polygons. He's got line intersection, which I've done before, and then point within polygon. And then, I mean, displacement seems like it's really simple. Hey, Ava. Yes, it's happening. Take a look. It's so good already. We've got a fat frog, you know, sliding around. And some lines. Yep. How are you doing, Ava? All his pictures are broken. You got your bun today, so you're happy. Thank goodness. Now he's back on the box again, though. Here we go. Oh yeah. Dun dun dun. You see, everyone knows about this phenomenon. You need to get that cat its own box. Look at that. Why do cats love boxes so much? Yep, see? This is science right here. That's a funny one. Hey. Man, we're just gonna look at the little thumbnail. That's funny. Alright. So this website is all broken, so I guess I shouldn't use it. Let's see. I don't know what SAT is. Separating axis theorem. I'm just having a look at the kind of things this page covers. Boy. That's a lot. But it does look like it covers what I want. Polygon collisions. Maybe this is appropriate. Someone possibly offered you a job this Friday and said they'd ask colleagues if remote work would be fine since the offices are so far away from you. Said you'd hear back during the weekend, but you haven't. Oh man. Maybe you should talk to them again and ask what's going on. Yeah, I would definitely recommend that. I've never found that. In fact, I would say I've often found that just checking in, being like, "Hey, so what about that thing?" Is it usually works out well, you know. Usually they just forgot to get back to you. So I would recommend sending them an email and being like, "So, what about that job? What's the story?" Because the only worry with that is like, oh, what if they, you know, think I'm pestering them or whatever, but they usually don't. The tea is brewing. So. Is this what I need? The player's going to have a rectangle representing his collision box. And he's going to collide with arbitrary convex polygons, which this is not because of that. That's a concave bit there, but, you know. I guess I could break this into two quickly. 0, 16, 32, 16, 32, 0. And then we could push polygons wait. Well, I could just init it to a better size, but I want to be able to do this. So polygons is supposed to I guess I can push 0, then I can init that. Polygons 1. Yeah, and then we can start this at 32, 0, and go 32, 16, and then continue on. Incompatible types. In expansion on line 47. In expansion on line 68. Yeah. Polygons is an array of vec2s, so I guess I need to do... But it's an array of arrays of vec2s. So what do I need to do here? Maybe I need to push null? Assigning to type union anonymous from void star. Polygons is... Oh, polygons 0. Yeah. Push null to polygon 0. Nope. What tea am I having today? Ceylon black tea. Don't ask me what the Ceylon means. Actually, I'm going to look it up right now because I'm curious. What is Ceylon black tea? It's fancy anyway. Ceylon tea. Popular type of black tea known as Sri Lankan tea, served as iced tea on ice and warm. Ceylon is known for its bold flavor. It can vary greatly in taste. Oh, Sri Lanka was formerly known as Ceylon, apparently. So, most Ceylon teas are black teas. Ceylon tea leaves are left long and thin with a wire-like look. Lots of regional nuances. But bold, full, and brisk, whatever that's supposed to mean. Well, I don't know. It's tea from Sri Lanka, I guess. Pro tip, Wiktionary usually has quite detailed etymologies. Oh, Ceylon. From the ancient Greek, Celodiba. From Pali, Celodiba. From Lion Island. Oh, okay. Prior to 1972, Ceylon referred to Sri Lanka. Short for Ceylon tea. Anyway, I have a dynamic array of polygons. Oh, I need to push. No, polygons. I need polygon number 1 now. Doesn't make sense to push null. How do I have a dynamic array of dynamic arrays? They just need to be pointers. I can init it with one. Lib std. So when I initialize the array, I malloc enough elements. And when I push, maybe I need to stop this from being an anonymous union. Okay, now we're assigning from type polygon t to void star. So I need to, maybe I just need to like resize rather than pushing. Dot resize KDA top. Will that work? No, I need to make a resize thingy. Resize array size. And I don't think I need to do any checking here. I just need to do a realloc. Size equals size, I guess. Size equals size. Array equals realloc array size of array plus, or times size plus that. Then return array and resize. So can I resize it to top plus 1 or size plus 1? Then nope. What did I do? Oh. Ah. That worked. Now play. Now I need to down here do a new line strip for each one. For int polygon equals 0. Polygon is less than top. Oh, you know. Got a hold of them. Seems remote work won't do, but at least now you know. Indeed, yeah, it's a bit rude of them not to get back, but perhaps they were just busy and forgot. Still, little unprofessional of them. Good thing you reached out and were able to find out and take yourself out of suspense. So you didn't get the job. So I've resized it. Now I need to just set the top. I think size -1 will work. then top of polygons plus plus polygon. Understandable, since it was a fairly personal conversation with a small company. At least they responded right away when you poked. Actually, I think it's less understandable that it was a personal conversation with a small company, because they don't have a lot of people to keep up with. If it was a huge company, it would be understandable that you get, lost in the stack of papers. But if they're a small company and they've only talked to 3 people about potential jobs in the last few weeks, then they should easily be able to have that on a post-it note. Remember to get back to you, I reckon. Apply to Croaking Kero. Yeah, sure. Croaking Kero does not currently have the funds to hire any contractors at the moment. Currently at the moment, huh? Anyway, polygons. I'll just rename it P. I'm already sick of how long the word polygon is. P. Just meant they probably don't have dedicated communications people, so maybe they were busy working hard on their app. Yeah, their shitty app that they were busy with. They were too busy working on their shitty app to get back to you. Damn them. Darn it, you want it to be a frog. Well, maybe with the release of, Super Kero Land, the smash hit success of Super Kero Land, then I could hire you for the next game, Super Kero Land 2, now for Notemon. Then you can make Notemon actually good. I'll call you up and I'll say, Ava, throw out your game. Throw out your years of work on, I need you to work full time on Notemon, right? Super Kero Land, yeah. Keroer Land, yep. Super Keroer Lander, and it's a Lunar Lander type game where you play a frog in a spaceship. Now that sounds good. Okay, will this work? No. Sounds like a deal. It's in the bag. What is this value? I only need to print it out over here. Dot. 1. Less than size, I guess. There we go. Okay, dynamic array of dynamic arrays is now working. Good. We've got 2 separate convex polygons here. Good. Yep, Cute Math tried to give you the insider information there, but he didn't look at the Croaking Kero finances. You got to look at the Croaking Kero stocks right now. They're not worth a lot of money, so that tells you a little bit about how Croaking Kero's income from game sales is doing. And, to be honest, I don't understand why. Look, you go on the Croaking Kero website. This company has clearly developed some incredible high-tech games. Look, we've got sliding puzzle paintings. We've got this incredibly richly detailed 3D masterpiece right here. And all of these games are free, but this one has a pay-what-you-want option. So how is this not just raking in the dough? 2 people like this game. 2 people. And yet I'm not a millionaire. I don't really understand. So, I guess I just don't understand the business side of things. I'm just going to keep plugging away making my games, Obviously, because it has no Mac build. Hey, build it for me. Look, it's open source. Go to the GitLab. You build. Send me a Mac or build it for me, please. It's right here. Building. It might actually need a patch because I've changed some stuff in OpenGL2 libraries. And I can remove stretchy buffer now that I have Kero dynamic array. Send me a Mac and then I will make a Mac build. But all I would have to do is just one main file. 103 kilobytes, that's the size of this game. So I would just have to change a few things, like all the KP functions would have to say KP underscore instead of just KP. Like KP flip, KP underscore flip. And then slight edits to the build script. And probably a few other minor changes since I've messed with the libraries. And then it would work. You might well try then. Thanks. But you might want to wait until I fix up those things, because, I mean, it's not complex, but it is an unfamiliar code base for you, so it might just be a hassle. I don't know. So, I need to read about this. This separating axis theorem, so that I can get some 2D collisions going. Well, first let's make Captain Kero here fall. So I'm going to make gravity. Define gravity. 9.8. That's what it is. Everybody knows that is 9.8. Probably going to make it like 5 though. And we'll start the player up high in the air. Where do I get a position 16, and I will just add 200 so he's up high. And then over here, move the player.y plus equals player.v.y. Well, now player needs velocity. I feel like I don't want physicsy movement. I don't want a velocity. So plus equals gravity times game data platform dot delta times player dot full time. Player dot full time times min 1.f player dot full time. Yeah. And then the player needs full time, which will start at 0, and no collision, no y collision equals keep falling. Actually, I'll do player dot full time plus equals game data platform dot delta, and then reset full time on downward collision. So should pretty much get reset every frame. Player undeclared. Oh, it's game data player. What? No member Y. Oh yeah. P. Not quite. I guess gravity shall equal negative. But what should it equal? 32. That's definitely not fast enough. 64. That's not fast enough. 128. That's not fast enough. 256. Almost fast enough. 384. That's pretty good. That could be a good speed. And I will also do min max 0, and then game data full time minus game I'll do hang time. hang time. That's how long the player hovers in the air before falling. But you know, maybe that needs to be separate. That needs to be separate. Like if you're holding down the jump button in the air, you get a little hang time, maybe. Just for curiosity, what kind of job? Oh, you're talking to Ava, rather. Well, we've got some falling going, so now let's get some collisions. So, if two convex objects are not penetrating, there exists an axis in which the projection of the objects will not overlap. Oh. Normal to a line / edge, a vector perpendicular to a line. Given a line that, the normals to that line are negative, well, or, two normals. I guess they can go either way. Choose either the right or left normals. Negative 2 minus 1, 2 minus 1, or 2 minus 1, negative 2 minus 1. Right. Yep. So, if S as integer. So we we tell them which one we're going to take in this normal. Okay, so I need to make perhaps a new file. Kero 2D collision.h. And we need, invlude, everyone loves that, vec2, and so we need vec2t, vec2 normal, vec2t star v, and bool S. I'll rename that later if we decide what that's supposed to mean. Okay, so vec2t v. If S, we need standard bool. And it should be those brackets. If S v dot x, or v equals vec2 make, I'll just do v dot x equals O. Well, what should I call this? I'll call this n. N dot x equals, so if S, then negative y2 minus y1, okay. Negative v dot, we need two vec2s. So A, B. No, we'll do that. Yeah. I could send A and B, but instead I'll use vec2 A to B to create a single vector. So then it will just be negative v dot y, because it'll be, this vector will go from 0 to, the other vertex. And then v dot x else, don't need the brackets there. Whoops. There, v.y negative v.x return after I normalize it. vec2 normalized n. Okay, so play.c is going to need, well, yeah, I'll just do it here. Include Kero 2D collision. Okay, fatal error vec2.h, no such file. Oh, Kero vec2 maybe? vec2 normal. V is a pointer. Ah, yes. There. So, perhaps I should do a little test of that to make sure it's working. Push matrix. Pop matrix. Translate 160, 120, negative 10. And all I'm going to do is draw a vector. V equals well, I don't even need to. Yeah, so let's just do 160. No, wait. Game data platform window width over 2 minus or plus A to B, center minus that. What do you call that? We want game data platform dot mouse dot x minus, and do this. Okay, so that's V. And it'll shoot past the mouse, but it should point in the right direction. And vec2tn equals vec2 normal v true. Not sure when we'll need s. And actually, I'll do game data platform mouse button and mouse left. So while I'm holding left click, it'll be true, or it'll be false, otherwise it'll be true. Now, I think there's an easier way of doing that. Like, isn't this the binary not operator? So now GL vertex 3F, whoops, bloody hell, vertex 3F, 160, 120, 0, and then v.x, v.y, n.x, n.y. Has no member H. Really? Oh, mouse dot Y. Has no member button. Did I mean buttons? Yes. And oh, so this is not the right. I'll just do it. What's exclusive OR? I can't remember. I'll just do it this way. Okay, that's not how it's supposed to look. Not at all. Let's not draw the normal. just try to draw. So this is some kind of travesty. So we translate to this. Oh. So we then draw at the center of the screen. Oh yeah, the center. Yep. Oh, I should really offset this. So let's see. Width equals height equals and that way we can do width over 2, height over 2, game data window dot width minus width over 2, game data window height minus height over 2. So that should center the thing. Oh, platform. Okay, now that's all centered. But this is going horribly. Vec2v equals v equals vec2 normalized v vec2 mol scalar 30. Oh, that's good. Just crash the game. Marvelous. Why would it crash just doing some vector math, huh? Oh look, it crashes. How weird. Just normalizing, well, stop doing this. But just normalizing this vector crashes? No. Okay, so it was that. So let's try scaling the normalized vector. Okay. This needs to be dot window dot height minus mouse y. Okay. So why does that work in this region here and then not in the rest of the region? I won't normalize it and then it'll point way beyond the mouse. Look at that. What the hell is with that? Totally works in that upper region. Very strange. So mouse.x minus window.width over 2. So when mouse x is larger than window width over 2, it's fine. As soon as it's less than, we get some weird value. But it should just be negative. This needs to be a float, perhaps? I think if I just divide by, if the thing on the right side of the, oh, there we go. It was integer stuff. There we go. So that's working fine. Let's increase the length of that to 100. So now we've got our vector pointing to the mouse, and this should be the normal of that vector. But I don't see it anywhere. Oh, because I'm not drawing it. Whoops. Okay. That needs to be 0, 0. And I should scale it. Scalar by 50. Why not? So the shorter one, aha, there we go. So we are correctly calculating the normal. And now if we change this value to true, oh wait, that's right, I already had, if I hold left click, it swaps. Good. So we can calculate the normal to a vector correctly. Good job, lad. The beetles are all dead. You can come out of the woods now. Alright, get rid of all that. Back to 2D collision. Okay, we're calculating the normal. And just to make sure, so he was saying, sure, okay. Vector normalization, we already know how to do that, I've already got that going. Dot product or inner product returns a scalar value that is equal to the length of the projection of vector A onto vector B. It's a nice explanation. This seems like a really good website so far. The length of the projection of a vector A onto vector B. Drop a perpendicular, length of projection. Projecting V onto U, of course, just gives you V, or, yeah. So we've already got the dot product. I believe. You know what I need to do quickly? Super Mario Land. I need to look this game up. And remember the guy's name who made it, because I want to make a dedication to him. Hirofumi Matsuoka Gunpei Yokoi. Yeah, that's the guy I'm thinking about, I believe. He's the creator of the Game Boy, I think. Gunpei Yokoi. Creator of Game & Watch, inventor of the cross-shaped D-pad, original designer of the Game Boy, and producer of a few long-running titles. Yep. Oh. Producer of Metroid and Kid Icarus. He's dead. He died age 56. It's tragic. It's like Satoru Iwata. How old was he when he died? Oh, that's Satoru Okuda. Iwata. Satoru Iwata died at age 55, man. So frustrating. In a car accident? That is so annoying. Yokoi rear-ended a truck. Oh, man. While riding in a car driven by his associate, Etsuo Kiso, Yokoi rear-ended a truck. Oh, no! You've got to be kidding me! I just knew he died in a car accident. Yokoi was in the car with his associate. His associate rear-ended a truck. But that was not such a big deal, I guess, because the men got out of the car to inspect the damage, and Yokoi was hit and fatally injured by two passing cars. 2 cars hit him! Oh my god. Oh, that is awful. He was in the car, another person was driving, they didn't die from the crash. He got out to inspect the damage and got hit by 2 other cars, and oh, that is awful. That is so awful. It's like, somehow it's worse than if he had been driving and caused his own death, or even if just his associate had killed them in the car accident initially. So they survived that. They were fine. They got out of the car to inspect the damage, and then the 2 cars. The first one wasn't enough. Jesus, these people are probably texting while driving. You know, it's, I guess this was in before the smartphone, or cell phones were that common, 97. So I don't know what they were doing. Reading, just distracted while driving, crashed into a truck, no big deal, got out of the car to inspect the damage. 2 other passing cars, 2 other cars were too distracted to see these men on the road, and oh my god, that's frustrating. We need self-driving cars, that's it. Nobody should be allowed to drive. Self-driving cars for everyone, then people like Gunpei Yokoi would still be alive. Man. Went and made that tweet and updated your website. Now you're back. Game programming, possibly with focus on graphics if you have to specialize. Looking for remote work. Yeah, I noticed your pinned tweet still said Scandinavia, but I don't really know what Scandinavia is. I think it like encompasses Norway and stuff. Why remote work, by the way? I guess you don't want to move from where you currently are. So the obvious solution is just to start your own game company. I guess it kind of you would do that if you finish OWL and it's a huge success. You go, okay, now I'm doing this. Man, I'm pissed off. I want to. The driver of one of the passenger cars that hit Yokoi in the second accident was Gen Tsushima, a member of the tourism industry. Want to go and give a stern finger waggling to this guy. I'm not going to say anything violent, obviously. I would make a joke, a violent joke, but you know, hey, this isn't the guy. But you know, you do that and then people think you're serious. Well, apparently he doesn't even have a Wikipedia page, so screw that guy. No self-driving cars, please? Why not? You were fine working between Scandi countries before, but now you just want to work within Norway. Because even with agreements between countries, doing extra tax work manually between countries is too much? Yeah, I get you. You prefer to work from home if you can. You're not very good socially? I understand. Just push for public transport for long distances and bicycle for short distances? How is public transport worse than self-driving cars? I mean, I guess public transport is more environmentally friendly than self-driving cars. But I mean, if you need to get somewhere and it's pouring with rain, you can't cycle there, or it's a bit too far and there's not a convenient bus or train. I don't know, ultimately we would have communal transport, that would be better. But why not self-driving cars as well, right? There's always going to need to be personal transport, right? I think anyway. And bicycle can't fill every niche of personal transport. No problem, Ava. Man. You know, I'm thinking I'll take a picture of Gunpei Yokoi, because I'm pretty sure he made Super Mario Land. He designed the Game Boy. I want to put a picture of Gunpei Yokoi in my game and be like, inspired by Super Mario Land, and then have a picture, like a black and white pixelated picture of Gunpei Yokoi and be like, rest in peace, Gunpei Yokoi. Last thing you want is having a car turned into a smartphone. Yeah, smartphones are a nightmare. But I mean, self-driving cars are pretty impressive. Old Muskie is working hard on that. Huh. Gunpei Yokoi led the development of the Wonder Swan. Didn't he make Super Mario Land? Pretty sure. I mean, it said he produced it. But designer Hirofumi Matsuoka, huh? I always heard that Gunpei Yokoi had made. Hirofumi Matsuoka. He directed several games in the Wario franchise. See, he designed Super Mario Land. Maybe he's the guy who mainly made it. I don't know. Who can say? Director Satoru Okada, producer Gunpei Yokoi, designer Hirofumi Matsuoka, programmers. Hirofumi Matsuoka did art as well. I don't know. Man, I'm so annoyed at all these people dying. So annoyed. Satoru Iwata was throat cancer, wasn't it? complications from the tumor. A tumor in his bile duct. Yep. So annoying, man. So many people die of preventable causes, and most of them probably don't even understand why. So I'm just going to tell you. 14 of the 15 leading causes of death can be prevented. Many of them can be reversed by a diet of unprocessed plant foods, along with avoiding cigarettes, alcohol, getting enough sunlight, exercising, an overall healthy lifestyle. But the main ones, avoid alcohol, avoid cigarettes, and you don't know, but you should. This is really the most important. Eat unprocessed plant foods. Simple as that. God damn, all these, Gunpei Yokoi wouldn't have survived just because he ate some bananas before getting in that car, but Satoru Iwata may not have died if he had eaten a healthier diet and otherwise improved his lifestyle. And it's so frustrating. I used to not care about health at all, but I was cycling the other day, and I recently was doing this meditation where you focus on the present moment. Anyway, you just enjoy the present moment. All right, whatever sensations and stuff. You can do this while walking or sitting or whatever you want. But I was cycling. And I was doing this. I was focusing on the present moment, enjoying all the wonderful things in life. And I was just observing the beautiful clouds and enjoying the breeze. And, normally those things are nice, right? But when you really focus on them, you can achieve this profound state of overwhelming delight. And anyway, I was cycling to work, which most people, he's cycling to his shitty day job. What a bad thing to be doing, right? Put you in a bad mood. But I was just having the time of my life because I was doing this enjoying the present moment thing. And I was just observing the trees and how beautiful all the leaves were blowing in the wind and the birds tweeting and hanging out on the tops of houses and stuff like that. And I thought, man, moments like these are so wonderful and they happen all the time. You can experience moments like these constantly. You don't have to be rich or even have a lot of spare time. I was actually going to work and I was just having a wonderful moment. And I thought to myself, man, when moments are so good, like this, or can be so good, I want to be able to have as many of these as possible. So I want to live for a damn long time so that I can enjoy as many wonderful moments like this as I can. And that's real inspiration for me to eat healthy, 'cause unhealthy food might be easy to enjoy, donuts and pizza and what. I mean, you can have healthy donuts and healthy pizza depending on your ingredients, but generally speaking, you know what I mean. Junk food can be easy to enjoy, but I don't know, with a change of perspective, healthy foods can be just as enjoyable, and in fact more enjoyable, depending on whether you actually like those foods. Like if you really like sour green apples, if you eat a green apple, it could be more enjoyable than eating a sour green apple flavored candy, because you've got the additional benefit of knowing that you're eating something totally healthy. And so you don't have this sort of dark thought in the back of your mind, I'm eating this and it's tasty, but I'm killing myself, negative thoughts. You've just got only positivity to go along with it. So sometimes healthy eating can even be more enjoyable than junk food. But combined with all the additional delightful moments that I will get to experience in my life, just makes it much easier to eat healthy. You were thinking the other day of how you almost never look at the stars, but they're there every clear night, even with light pollution. Yeah, I've actually gotten into astronomy just this year, and it's really another delightful thing. I don't have a lot of time for it. I've pretty much got to be asleep before it gets dark, and then when I get up in the morning, I don't have much time to go outside. But sometimes Froggy and I do just get the blanket we have, outdoor blanket, just go and lie down out in the backyard and look up at the stars and stuff like that. It's really a wonderful thing to do. And I've got a telescope, so that's why I cared about drawing a good pixel art moon, is because I've observed the moon and it's an incredible thing to look at. And I thought, you know, why just draw a circle when you can draw something magnificent instead? Cool to go somewhere you can see the Milky Way sometime. Never have? Yeah, I've never seen the Milky Way. And you'll get a peach from the fridge then. Good idea. You know, that was one of the things that got me into astronomy. I was thinking, man, our ancestors used to spend just about every night looking up at the stars. And they had the time to name so many of them, and they knew exactly where all the stars were, and they had a great understanding of the sky, even if they didn't understand why it looked the way it looked. You know, that they knew where all the constellations were, because they were, I mean, constellations are just constructs based on the stars, right? But all of that, and I thought to myself, I've never even just stood outside and looked at the moon before. So that's why I got a telescope, really cheap telescope, and I've been doing some astronomy and stuff. It's really enjoyable. Got to take my tea leaves out of my tea now. Alright. Freshly brewed tea, one of life's pleasures. You should get a telescope? Yeah. I'll show you the telescope I got, because I would recommend it. Let me see. Obviously, the situation might be a bit different in Norway. I don't know if you can, you know, order things online as easily, or if it'll be in a store somewhere or whatever. Here we go. This is the telescope I bought. The Celestron Travel Scope. So it's really small telescope. You know, I didn't want to spend a lot of money getting into astronomy. $70 evidently. Really small. I mean, the tripod is not brilliant, but with just this, you can look at the moon in incredible detail, and you can look at the stars and things. So yeah, it's really nice to use. And the good thing about this, the reason I bought this cheap travel telescope instead of like a cheap full-size telescope, was because, for one, I didn't want to invest in a lot of money into a hobby I might not like. I do like it, so that worry has been assuaged. For number two is that if I bought a cheap full-size telescope now, then later on, when I want to invest even more into the hobby of astronomy, then I would want to buy a better full-size telescope, and so my first telescope, the cheaper full-size telescope, would just become trash. I would have no use for it. Whereas having a travel scope, it means that when I eventually get a really nice, high-quality full-size telescope, then the travel scope will still be useful for putting it in the car and going down to the park or going up to a hill and doing astronomy there. So, I think it's a good idea to start off with a telescope like this. Very affordable, and it continues to be useful after you upgrade. Yeah. And it really has this nice this backpack. You would think, oh, it's just a crappy bundle in. It's a good backpack. It fits all the things really well. It has straps in for the different pieces. So I would recommend this telescope, the Celestron Travel Scope. Marty and I have been taking 2 midnight walks in complete darkness up the mountain recently. Perks of living here, can do that and not worry about bumping into anyone. Oh, that sounds lovely. Just as long as you don't sprain your ankle or something, you know, walking in the dark. Oh, that sounds delightful. Yeah, Froggy and I have a lot of life plans for how we want to live in the future when we can get our own property and everything. And for us, it will be best to live somewhere close to a city, like within half an hour or something, so we won't really have the idyllic walk up a mountainside at night thing that you've got. But we want a nice big property so that we can have some beautiful areas like you know, a nice clearing where we can lie in a gazebo that I build, look up at the stars and things like that, and then a huge grove of trees where even in the hottest part of summer, because of how much shade there is, it'll be cool in that grove, you know, stuff like that. Yeah. And lots of room for rescued animals to run around. And we want to rescue some dogs, obviously. Some pigs, we'll rescue some chickens. Some goats would be delightful. Whatever animals need rescuing at the time, you know, from animal sanctuaries, right? Animal sanctuaries are always out of space. So we would love to take some of their animals, adopt some of their animals and give them a place to live, so that we can enable those sanctuaries to save more animals as well. Yep. Yay, rescuing, indeed. Moving back to Middle-earth? Possibly. We don't really know which country we'll end up living in. It seems most likely to be America, because, well, we both really like a lot of, I guess we both like a lot of American things. Like American malls and bookstores and things like that. We'd like to be able to go to those kinds of things. You know, once a month or something. Take a trip into town. Have a whole big day going to those kinds of places. Anyway, I better get back to programming. Or at least learning about. So I've got the dot product math. Let's just verify that I've got that in my vec2. 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 No vec2 dot? Dot. No dot. I thought I had a dot product somewhere. Well, static inline vec2t vec2 dot vec2 a vec2 b I guess this doesn't need to be a pointer. It's a little bit unnecessary. Just pass by value. That's fine. Sorry for ruining my program. No, it's nice to have a little bit of a side conversation now and then. But I do need to keep at it. So, the dot product. X times, so bx times ux plus by times uy. That's it? Oh, plus, yeah. Or, he did v times u, but I guess it doesn't matter. So, you just, oh, okay. Return a.x times b.x plus a.y times b.y. That's it. That's a dot product, apparently. Easy peasy. So, how do you go about coding split axis test? Is that what it's called? Split axis test or something? Separating axis theorem. That's what it is. Oops. Separating axis theorem. Test for an instance of an axis of separation by this general algorithm. For each edge of both polygons, get the axis to test, the current edge normal. Project all the vertices of polygon 1 to that axis and get the minimum and maximum projection values. Project all the vertices of polygon 2 to the same axis and get the minimum and maximum projection values. If the projections do not overlap, then we can never collide, so return a false value and exit. This is early out. For non-colliding objects, it's very fast. Notice that you'll need to check all the axis normals for us to be able to be certain that the two polygons collide. That's why it's not optimized for colliding objects. So how do we project a vertex to an axis? Yes, simply use the dot product. Yep, project its vertices to the axis. So he's taken the normal of this vector, projected all the vertices, and obviously whichever vector you use, or I'll call it a side, whichever side you use of the polygon to get this normal projection plane, you only need to take one of the vertices of that side, because they're both in line on the projection plane. Okay, we get scalar values, which are lengths along the projection line. No, it's this, is it? No, it's this, right? Yeah. Yep, we only need the minimum and maximum. Okay. So 2D collision. I need a vec2. Whoops. I'll return a vec2 because we're returning 2 numbers. Let's see. What do I want to call this? I'm projecting the polygon to a line and then getting the minimum maximum. So what do we call this? Project and get the minimum maximum. What would you call this operation? Projecting a polygon onto a vector and then taking the minimum maximum values. Project polygon to vector min-max. That's what it is. And so a polygon will have to be an array of vec2s. And the vector to which we will project will be that, yeah, we'll just call that V. Okay. Now, shall I always take dynamic arrays, or shall I pass the number? Let's pass the number. Int num, or polygon vertices. Vec2t vertices count. There we go. So this way it doesn't rely on dynamic array. Or in C standard libstyle pp2vmm. Yeah, I hate that. I'll take great big long function names any day, and then if you don't like them, you can just go define project polygon to vector min-max project, like I wrote porked instead of project. Holy crap. So you can do that, and that's fine. I see no problem with that. Now, of course you can do it the other way, but you have to figure out what the functions actually mean and then write it first, whereas when the name is like this, you already know what it does. So for int I'll do int v equals, no, I can't call it v. I'll do I equals 0. I is less than vertices count plus I. And we can skip one of the vertices, but I guess it's not worth doing that. This should be an inline. And this one might be an inline, but we'll see. So for each vertex, we need float projected. Oops, and that's going to be a dynamic array. malloc size of float times vertices count. And then we can free projected after we set vec2t result equals projected min projected max. Malloc sounds like an 80s fantasy villain. It does. Malloc the Destroyer! It does. Well, mal being, the prefix of evil. That makes sense. Never name anyone Mallory. They're just an evil Laurie. So for each vertex, projected I equals equals vec2 dot vertices I v, then if projected I is less than f min equals I, well, then I'll just do projected min. Oh my god, my typing is horrendous. If projected I is larger than, oh my god, this is a nightmare. Max, is it a nightmare? No, I'm not dreaming. Max equals I int min max 0. Better set those, otherwise I'll try to access out of the bounds of the array. Min max, free projected, return result. Fine. Is that it? Is that already working? I feel like it is. Access as vector 2D. This, what programming language is this? It's horrible. Min max p. Loop through all the vertices of the polygon and find out if new projections of vertexes the new min or max, as we need only the min and max points to test for LD intercept. Oh! Yeah, that's silly. I don't need to do all this. Wow. Float projected equals 0. And then int I equals 0. Then we can do while I is less than vertices count. While plus I is less than vertices count. So then projected I equals vec2 dot. Oh, we'll start I equals, no, I equals 0, I equals 1. Okay, never mind. I will do it separately like that. I thought I was being clever, but I was actually being stupid. So projected equals vec2 dot vertices I, it should be vertices 0. If projected is, well, I can take out the ifs, because min and max shall both equal shall both equal projected. Then I can return vec2 make min max. While I equals 0, while plus I is less than vertices count, projected equals vertices I if projected is less than min equals projected if projected is larger than max equals projected. That works better. Much more better. Way much more better. Just watched the new Netflix / DreamWorks She-Ra, was very good, reminded you a lot of Avatar The Last Airbender. Well, I'm going to have to take that recommendation all the way to the bank, because Avatar The Last Airbender is the greatest TV series of all time. Ceylon black tea. That is an objective fact. These need to be floats, which means I can just do that. Projected doesn't need to be set. I can just actually set it like that. Can I do... Oops. Can I do this? They happen in order, right? So that should work. I equals 0. Does that work? In function vec2 dot, incompatible types when returning. Float, but vec2 was expected. Huh? Vec2 dot, huh? Vec2 dot. Oh. Float. There we go. That was the only problem. Okay. So we just need to test whichever polygon has fewer axes, right? Has fewer sides, then we test the normal of each of those sides for an intersection. Is that how we do it? Yep, the min and max don't intersect, but when they intersect, the min and max intersect. Yeah, because if you take the normal of this line, you'll get that, and they'll intersect. If you take the normal of this one, yeah. I think you can just take the polygon with the fewest sides. But let's see what this person says. The two polygons are intersecting. Notice that their projections overlap. Yep. We can never be sure of an intersection until we check all the relevant axes. So what are the relevant axes to check both polygons for? It turns out we can use both polygons' edge normals for this. Both of the edge normals? We've got to check all the normals? Projecting polygon A onto all the axes of polygon B. Polygon B's vertices to the normals of polygon A. Actually, that's the opposite. He's just written the opposite of what he's done, but that's fine. Polygon B gets projected onto the normals of polygon A. For all of A's edge normals, project A and project B. If they do not overlap, return false. Loop, do the same for B's axes. If we ever get here, if we ever check, and if there are any overlaps, or do the same if we ever get here. This is not 100% clear. Well, if there are any overlaps, that doesn't necessarily mean that there's a collision. So how do we know? For all of A's axes, project A and project B. If projections do not overlap, return false. So if any single projection doesn't overlap, return false? Oh yeah, because if there is a single axis where they don't overlap, then they don't overlap. So you just have to check every axis of both polygons, project all onto all axes, and if they all intersect, then the polygons are intersecting. Okay. Alright, so can I just return a bool? Yeah, I think I'll just return a bool. Bool are polygons intersecting. What's this projection stuff for in the platformer anyway? It's for convex polygon collisions. So, like, the player colliding with these polygons down here. And speaking of which, I should draw the last vertex again. And that way they're closed. Yeah. Hey, Angel on it. This is way smart stuff. I don't know. It's alright. I'm just learning. You know, people look at programming and they're, oh, that's magic. I could never do that. I hear a lot of gamers say, wow, I could never actually make a game. But then with Unity, some of them, oh, I totally could. Right? But before Unity and stuff came along, oh, I could never do that. But really, you could. Anyone could. You know, some people have a talent for it, some people don't. Some people have a natural affinity. But anyone can practice and learn and actually do it. So, I don't really think it's any different. I would compare myself at my programming level to like a very amateur painter or something. You know, it might be impressive to non-painters, but amongst painters, they're like, oh, he's just a hobbyist, you know. Oh, that's cool. Give him a cookie and pat him on the head. But I just keep learning, just look things up. So let's see, vec2t star. Each polygon will be represented by a series of vec2s. Poly A, polygon A, and int polygon A. You know what? I'll just call it vertices A, vertices A count, and then same thing for the other polygon, vertices B count, and that's all. So now, if vertices A count is less than, or is larger than vertices B count, then swap. I think you do int vertices A count, vertices B count, and swap these vec2t star. Well, is that wrong? Something wrong with that? Conflicting types for t. Oh, I think I know what that's about. What is that in Kero math? Math swap. I think I need to put this in brackets or something. No? Is it do while 0? Yeah, there you go. I don't know what's up with C's macros, but for some reason it has trouble unwinding this macro with different types passed to it at different points in the code. Even though it should just be a simple text substitution, it should just work fine. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because this t variable would be named twice. It'd be like, or, you know, int t equals whatever. And then later on it would be vec2t star t. So it's the same name. I bet if I just put this in brackets like that, yeah, it works right away. So why did I do while? I think I can just put this in brackets like that. Yeah, that works. You're just used to the cozy confines of Unity 3D. Oh, so you're a game developer, Angel. Well, I'm interested in what you're doing. If you've got a link to some, like your itch.io page, or if you've got a web page, I would be very interested in seeing what you do. Oh, you're Angel! Oh, Angel from Vegan Devs. Well, nice to see ya. Fixing little things forever in Coffee Quest. Cool. Well, yeah. So, I don't know if anyone else is in the stream other than, you know, you two. But if anyone else is in the stream, Angel is working on Coffee Quest, which is a really cool, it's like a fourth wall game, I would say, is the main thing. But it's like a tactical RPG, but it heavily references the fact that it is a video game. It's got video games inside the video game and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. It's like 2D, but in a sort of angled perspective, so it's 2D, 3D type stuff. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And it had a successful Kickstarter, so look up Coffee Quest, Kofi Quest. The rabbit food game dev, yeah. You're not allowed to reuse variable names in sibling scopes. So like var a var, is that what you mean? That doesn't work, even though they're separately scoped? Is that what a sibling scope is? I don't know. Anyway, so we swap these, then for int v, I guess this is for each of the sides. S equals 0. S is less than vertices a count minus 1 plus s, because each side is made up of 2 vertices. Then we do project, let's do the side, vec2t side, or what we call axis, equals vec2 normal of vertices a, well, vec2 make, vec2 a to b, vertices a s, vertices a s plus 1, yes, vec2 a to b. I don't know whether s needs to be true or false in any given time, so I'll just pass true. That's the axis. Then vec2 t a min max equals project polygon to vector min max, and vertices a count, and axis, and then we do the same for b, and I guess we can define these outside of the loop. And then vertices b count to the axis. Then we need to check for overlap between these. So if a min max dot x, which would be the minimum, is less than b min max dot y, which is the maximum, and a min max dot y maximum. I need to visualize this. Do I have Krita open? Okay, I do. I need to visualize this. Alright. So we have our axis, and we have our A, that's A, and we have our B. Now, if they overlap, you could just swap these A and B and that shows an overlap. Well, but A could be entirely inside of B as well. I guess just if one point is within another point. So if either this point is within that, or if that point is within that, that tells you, right? Pretty sure. Can I think of a scenario where that wouldn't be true? It must be true. Because, let's see, I could have whoops, I meant to do blue, but anyway, I could have a small one and a large, whoops, and a large one, and then both of these would be contained within this, and neither of these would be contained. So we need to check both. Does A contain either points of B, or does B contain either points of A? Like B min is less than A max and larger than A min. Same for max, and then same for A. I believe that's how you do it. And then after I've done this, I'll check his thing. A min max dot x is larger than B min max. So if A min max dot x, so x is minimum. If minimum is larger than minimum and less than maximum, or now I can just clone that line. If maximum is larger than minimum and less than maximum, or if B minimum is larger than A minimum and B minimum is larger than is less than A maximum. I believe that's how you would check it. Your side project doesn't have a game loop yet. Oh man. Oh, geez, a lot of chat went on while I was doing that. Let's see. I mean, Angel has a successful Kickstarter, so that definitely makes him the most successful financially. Earth Attack Force, third-person shooter about freeing Earth from all human life. Man, I'll just show you what's happening in this window for me. Ah! I'm just trying to look at your game page and it instantly launched the game and I can't do anything. It's a nightmare. Ah! Ah! I can't even... Oh, there we go. I can get back into the page. Looks funny, though. Let's see. Early dev access. Oh, I see. Early access for that game. You're trying to get feedback on it and stuff. My feedback is it immediately started doing the game. Hey, Ion on Enkemast 265. Yeah, good to see you too. Pretty good impression, nice job. Super Kero Land, inspired by... Yeah, I guess you're a bot. Yeah, pretty sure that person is a bot, so I'm just gonna ban them. Can I report them? Yeah, that person's a bot. Let's see. Spam. There we go. I think this is a bot. Auto-generated messages advertising their stream overlay service. Submit. And I've already blocked them. Okay, that was weird. I don't know why I would have a bot advertising stream overlays in my channel. Not really I don't know, maybe their market research says like streams with very few channels are really likely to buy overlays. I don't know. Terminators, yes, the Terminators are here. So if one contains the other, actually if not one contains the other, if one does not contain the other, break. Bool intersection equals true, and I will say intersection equals false. So if there's no intersection, if not intersection, at this point we can return. Otherwise, do we need to do anything else, or is there a guaranteed intersection here? Oh, I need to do the same thing. You know, I can just return instantly. I don't need a break. I can just return false, right? I don't need to record this intersection variable. Then I can copy paste this thing for vertices B. Axis is vertices B. A min max, B min max. And that should be the same. Okay. Then if we get to here, I guess we just return true. Let's see. No separating axis found, return true. Yeah. So let me test this now after I look at chat. Alright, now play. So down here, that draws. So what I want to do is perhaps at the top here I'll make, well, no, I'll make them right here. Vec2t box A. I'm going to make two boxes. Yeah, I'll just do boxes for now. Box A 4 equals negative 100, negative 100, 100, negative 100, 100, 100, negative 100, 100. And box B shall be a similar thing, but for int I equals 0, I is less than 4, plus plus I. I will translate each of these. Box A I dot x plus equals 30. And dot y plus equals 30, sure. And then box B plus equals game data dot mouse dot platform dot mouse dot x and dot y. So box B is going to follow the mouse. Then bool collision equals. Now what did I call this function? 2D collision. Are polygons intersecting? I think I can remove that R word. Polygons intersecting. And box A 4, box B 4. then GL begin, or GL push matrix pop matrix. And okay, GL color, collision question mark 1 0, collision question mark 0 1. So they'll be red if they're colliding and green if they're not colliding. 0 1. No need for that. Okay, so then for int I equals 0, I is less than 4 plus plus I. GL vertex 3F. Box A I dot X, box A I dot Y 0. And then we need to do vertex 0 again. It's a line strip. And do the same thing for box B. Okay. Game data is a pointer. Yes, yes it is. Okay, where am I? Where? Oh, I need to do negative mouse.y. And I'm just going to divide this by 3. My background is red, so that's a bit of trouble. I guess I'll just make the background white for now. Okay, so we have 2 boxes. They're way too big. I'll make them size 50. Magic numbers. Okay. Define box size 50. And then search for 50. Replace with box size. Okay. Now, what happened? It's way down there. Offset horribly. Oh yeah. Box size times 2. Box size times 2. Plus equals that. And it shall minus equal game data platform dot window dot height. No? Or it shall minus equal 240. Where is my box? Damn it. Or it shall plus equal. Whoops. Plus 240. Aha! Okay, so now we've got the box actually following the mouse in a reasonable way. Bop, 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 beep, boop, beep, bop, boop, bop, beep, boop, bop, 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 boop, beep, boop. Well, it seems to be working, huh? There we go. 2D convex polygon collisions. Just like that. Something I've never programmed before. And it seems to be working just like that. I really must commend this guy. I mean, now we've got to do this, whatever he's talking about here. I'll look through that in a minute. But I want to look who authored this. Realminator, Richard Eric M. Lope, BSN RN, whatever that means. I want to look this guy up. I'm interested if he's done anything else. Realminator. Realminator on GitHub made AnyBasic, a portable interpreted programming language made in Java. A syntax similar to BASIC with a bit of C, JavaScript, and Pascal thrown in. Sounds like a nightmare. Absolutely not your average BASIC. Anya BASIC. I thought it said AnyBasic. Well, That's a pretty interesting project. Definitely does not appeal to me, but it's pretty cool. Well, well, well. I'll look at this guy's GitHub. Anyway, I'm going to look at chat now for a minute. Here we go. Was the other day the first time beating Super Mario Land? Yes, it was. I had the game as a kid. I loved it. I never managed to beat it. And then I just forgot it over the years. You know, it was one of my early games in my childhood. It must have been about 4 or 5 playing that game. So then I got back into a lot of retro games lately. I want to sort of finish games that I never finished as a kid and stuff like that. And I found Super Mario Land. I was like, oh, I recognize that game. Yeah. And I got a cartridge, and I played it on my GBASP, and I beat it. And it was a blast. So, yep, first time beating it. You beat it a million years after you had abandoned your Game Boy, and it felt so magical. All in the bathroom in one sitting. Nice, nice. You're having a nice long bath, and then he dropped his Game Boy in the bath, and it was ruined forever. Yep, tragedy. As someone said, it just works. Yeah, exactly. Oh, don't mind that. I was moving the mic boom. So what else has this guy done? Texture Packer Plus? Yeah, I've heard of this. Is this branched from another one, or did he make it? Cross-platform GUI applications generate a texture atlas or a sprite sheet. I feel like the actual Texture Packer Plus would have more stars or something, right? This must be a branch. Or did he make it from scratch? Oh, he made it himself. Oh, he's got a website. fatcode.net. A new incarnation of the infamous Genso's Junkyard. Huh? Genso's Junkyard? Genso Sanzo? Also known in this ludicrous scene as Relsoft. Okay. What the heck? Well, somebody posted something in 2019, but apparently 628,000 individuals have visited this wasteland since it was launched in 2003. Oh, 47 people have visited today. 5 people are actually on the website, so I guess it's an active site, much as it looks like it was made in 2003, which it was. Anything new here? Let's have a look. I want to see what this guy has done, because I really appreciate this right here. So good. This is a great article right here. Very well done. Well, he's done a lot of stuff, hasn't he? There's Anya Basic. Crappy Fish. Sounds like Flappy, yeah, a Flappy Bird clone. That's funny. Crappy Fish. Easy GL2D. A 2D OpenGL rendering engine. Speed and ease of use. Cool. Bleeding Edge Trash. Project Kart. Ooh, I'm interested. A 3D kart racing game with realistic physics. Ooh. But you just have to download the zip. It was made in 2006. Oh, man. Quad Tree Demo, Ski Bowl. Sokoban 3D. Ooh, I like Sokoban games. But this, look, Dr. D and Zap. I'm talking about this Rel guy. Nintendo DS Homebrew. Look at all that. Damn, free basic stuff. Oh, this guy seems pretty great. Contents and associated junk by Relsoft. Well, I guess it is. Who, me? Oh, let's find out about... Huh? Oh, nope. Well, interesting stuff? Nope, gone. I guess some content is missing. Oh, that links to just regular fat code. No, okay. Well, anyway, I'm going to try to keep this guy in mind. I can't seem to find like a Twitter or something for him. But he seems like a righteous fellow. Oh, here we go. He's always got a Yahoo address. Well, that's it. Alright, anyway, let's continue with this and find out what he's talking about. I think I need to find the point of collision now, right? The MTV. Yep. Everyone would have little affiliates banners even though there was nothing official. Yeah, yeah. And everyone would have auto-playing music. I'm surprised there wasn't any on that. Early internet was a gem. Early internet was just very personal, I think. People really wanted to make their own page. Heck, I had my own website when I was a teenager. That was in the 2000s, you know. I just wanted to make a web page and then it's mine and I could put anything on it, right? But, I mean, that's... Now I have my own web page, but it is sort of an official type thing. It's just for my video games. I have a blog, but I only post about video game development stuff, you know. I don't... It's not like the old days when if I had a site, I would just post random crap. Hi guys, look at this thing, you know. I don't know. Post a joke or something. It's very different. How old is everybody? 30? Yeah, I'm 25. I'm 25 with no direction in my life, and it's Friday night, and I'm doing alright. I can't complain, but I can, and I do, because I'm going nowhere fast, and I blame you. I've got to make use of that song as long as I'm 25, you know, sing it as often as possible, because I lose the privileges to sing there next year. Oh, thanks, Angel. Show us the stats of my site. See, I don't need to collect stats because I know they're all zeros. You found the stapled together starter HTML tutorial booklet and made a local Ocarina of Time fan site. Wow, that is fabulous. A fabulous way to get into programming. Alright, minimum translation vector is the vector needed to push the objects away from each other or the overlap length of the two polygons. Oh, that's interesting. You get how much they're overlapped and which direction and how far you need to push the object to stop them from overlapping on that axis. Oh, that's interesting. Calculating the MTV is pretty straightforward considering that we have already done much of the work to calculate it. It turns out the MTV is the axis that we check for projections itself and the magnitude of the overlap. Yep. Yep, that's it. That's very clever. That emoji got unemojied. Looks like some kind of minuscule face that I can't even make out the expression of to me. Alright, get interval. So instead of just checking for a bool, we actually get the interval. Minimum interval, minimum translation vector. If we can't find a separating axis, which means they do overlap, then MTV equals the vector of the minimum translation vector and minimum interval. Yep. One is to find the new direction of the minimum translation vector and the point of contact, then handle vertex to edge collisions, which I've done in this code snippet. Okay. So, we may or may not want to include MTV in this. Polygons intersecting. So I'll do polygons intersect MTV, minimum translation vector. And that'll have to return a vec2t. A vec2t. A vec2t booty. Well, if we're talking about how we got into game development, I was 10 years old and I googled how to make games. Found Game Maker and the rest is history, right? But I always thought, my concept of how a video game worked was based on movies. I thought, okay, a video game must have an image for every single possible frame the game could display. And then it's just basically a bunch of if statements. Like I didn't know what an if statement was, but I conceptualized what essentially what ended up being an if statement. A bunch of if statements for what happens in any given frame. Like, did you push a button? Did you not do anything? Etc. And then it would just go through a massive branching path of images depending on what happens each frame. And as I got older, I started to realize, oh, it couldn't possibly be that because, you know, games, you can just sit there and not do anything for a long time, and time will pass and things will happen, but it would just be an infinite number of images that they would have to store, and your score could be different at any given time. So I thought, okay, it's definitely not that. What could it possibly be? And then that's when I looked up how to make games, and I found out, yeah. You tried to make an Ocarina of Time game too by drawing frames of the entire scene in Paint where you'd move Link just a little and added 4 arrow buttons, and pressing a direction would take you to a new HTML page with a new picture where Link had moved in that direction. Oh, you had the same thought as me, except you actually tried to make a game about it instead of just, you know, be like, well, that's too hard, I'll never do that. That was pretty much what I thought. Okay, so let's get the MTV. So for this we're going to need vec2t translation axis, and we're going to need a float translation magnitude. Then, if there is a collision, we get the magnitude. You were tenacious, yep. You were 1.5 years into biology and woke up in a cold sweat thinking, games, I have to do something in games. Oh man. So, I guess you gave up on biology. You're like, this can't be my life. Biology. Gotta do games. Well, that's one way to turn around your life. Okay, so the magnitude. I like to, rather than just reading that guy's tutorial, I do like to try to conceptualize it myself first. It just helps me understand things a lot better. So we have some collision happening. We've got 2 marks on here. They're overlapping to some degree. And so, what we can do, this one is the one that's contained within there. So we check the distances to each of the points that it's contained within, and take the smaller distance, and that is now the magnitude. Now let's just make sure that works for the same, the opposite, you know, scenario. So then we've got, if it's fully contained, then, you know, we get this value, and this value, and we get this value, and this value. So then we just take the smallest of the 4. No. If it's fully contained, it would be either this value, I'll do it in a different color. If it's fully contained, then we need either this value or this value, the minimum of those. So we need a special case for being contained. And actually this doesn't work either, that is wrong. It would have to either be this or this. So when only one is contained, it's always toward the one that's not contained, I believe. Right, so green arrows are wrong, purple arrows are right, I think. You almost wanted to get into astrophysics for a couple of months because you'd watched some inspiring documentaries. Did you watch Carl Sagan's series, Cosmos? That was what I watched, and then I was like, okay, I'm getting into astronomy. Having no formal grades and doing games ended up being your calling. Nice, yeah, same. Formal education is not good for me. I did fine in high school, but I hated it. I actually did well in high school. Totally hated it. And New Zealand high school basically includes like first 2 years of college as well. So, just to give you an idea. It smells of head math. DuckDuckGoing, exactly, yeah. Gotta use DuckDuckGo. Okay. So if 1 is contained, well, we basically just check the shorter the shorter value, right? From A to B, or from min to max, or from max to min. If there's a containment, it's the same. Min to max, max to min. Whichever one is contained, we just have to get the smaller of those two. Cool. So this worked out well. So if I'm gonna have to check these separately. Okay, so if A is contained within B, else if B is contained within A, else return false. Alright, that's how we're gonna have to do it. You failed math about 5 times? Ouch. You didn't even get started on 2 out of 3 maths courses because you weren't doing well at times. You stayed home half the time. Oh dear. I didn't even go to university. But like I said, New Zealand high school basically includes 2 years of college. But after that, that's kind of, everyone is expected to do that. After that, I was like, I really didn't know what to do. But I was doing like YouTube videos and stuff. So I was like, I'm going to take a year off, just work at a crappy day job and make my YouTube videos and try to figure out what I want to do with my life, because I thought getting $50,000 in debt to go to university for a subject I'm not sure I actually want to do for the rest of my life would be a huge waste of time. And in that year, I came to notice, or came to fully understand, how much I had hated being in school and how much just working on my own was so much better. Oh man, you went to university on a day off? Ouch. I have a fun story kind of similar, related to that anyway. So, it was a Saturday. I found myself at the end of this story. So, just to help you understand. It was a Saturday night. I was sleeping as normal. And then I woke up fully dressed in my school uniform, standing by my bed. And what had happened is, in the middle of the night, I sleepwalked out of bed. It was about 2 or 3 a.m. I sleepwalked to the bathroom, got naked, stood in the shower for about half an hour, sleepwalking, okay, in the shower about half an hour. Mum gave me the timing on this because she woke up and she was confused about what I was doing. So I had this shower while asleep. Then I went back I dried off, fully dry, perfectly normal, except for my shower. I don't think I actually washed myself when I just stood there. Dried off, went back to my bedroom, and then dressed in my school uniform. And that's when I woke up. I was standing next to my bed, fully dressed, still damp hair, in my school uniform on a Saturday at about 3 a.m. And I was like, what is going on? Oh my god, I was so tired. And so I just got back into bed in my school uniform and went back to sleep. Then I woke up in the morning. I was like, what the? And I kind of thought, I had such a weird dream. And then I looked and I was like, I'm in my school uniform. It was real. Oh, how bizarre. New Zealand hasn't got free college? No, it should, but no. Secondary school between primary school and university? Yeah, well, that's high school, right? That's secondary school. In New Zealand, you go to high school from about age 13 to 17, and then about when you turn 18 is when you leave. So that might give you a better idea. Once you were doing things on your own terms without all the stress and could tie it into game dev, you came to really love math. Yeah, I like math. School uniform is so alien to you? Yeah, it's bizarre. And my high school didn't start with a school uniform. Or, no, it did. It did, but they got rid of school uniform. Okay, here's how it went. Now I'm remembering. It's been so many years. So when I got to high school, they had a school uniform. And then when you get to your last year, I think, of high school, then you're the oldest, kids in the school. Then you don't have to wear a school uniform. So when I got to that year, That's when they got rid of the school uniform for everyone. I was like, I just finished having to wear that stupid school uniform for all those years, and now you get rid of it? Yeah, it's pretty archaic. Yeah, you can leave high school at around 16 years old as well in New Zealand. That's called NCEA Level 1. If you have NCEA Level 1, that's considered like just a high school certificate, right? In America. But normally people stay for the remaining 2 years. Get NCEA Level 3. It's good for university entrance and stuff. So, anyway, I'll do float new. I'll do magnitude A, magnitude B. Okay, so magnitude A equals A min max dot min. So it'll be B min max dot max minus A min max dot min, and the magnitude B would be B min max dot min minus A min max dot max, and then if absolute magnitude B is less than absolute magnitude A, then I don't think I actually have to absolutify magnitude A. Can magnitude A ever be negative? So if we're checking these ones, this is max, this is min. So this would be min minus max would be negative, and that's min minus max. So that's magnitude B, and then max minus min would be positive. Min to max is always positive, right? If there's an overlap, min to max must always be positive. I think. Pretty sure min to max must always be positive. So I'm going to get rid of that. Then magnitude A equals magnitude B. Then if magnitude A is less than translation magnitude equals magnitude A, and translation axis equals axis. Okay, then pretty much the same code again for B being contained within A. Magnitude A equals A minus B absolute. Yep, that should be the same. Okay. Swedish primary education is from 7 to 15 years? Weird. And gymnasium, that's the first time you get to specialize and prepare for some career with tailored subjects. 3 years from 16 to 18. Oh, not compulsory, but most people do it. Since you get a bit of money for it as long as you show up? What the? Then university is free, but it's kept based on grades, and most people still take a loan for a house or food. Oh, if they go to university, then they get a loan for the housing and stuff. Well, what an interesting system. You get paid to get a better education. That's quite incredible. So, all of that basically needs to be copied down here. And it's exactly the same, right? Pretty sure. Boom. So then, vec2t empty. So then we just need to do vec2 mul scalar, and it will be by translation magnitude, vec2 normalize, translation axis, yeah, axis by magnitude, so that gets us the MTV, the minimum translation vector. So now, if collision, I'll draw the translation vector. Just needs to be GL lines, and we need to capture. We don't return false. We return vec2 make. Oh wait, we return axis, right? Or translation axis equals 0. Return translation axis and translation axis. Whoops. Then collision vec2t translation or MTV equals polygons intersecting MTV. Is that just what it's called? Polygons intersect MTV. Then same data as this. Then collision equals mtv.x is not equal to 0 and mtv.y is not equal to 0 or. So then we can test collision. Then if collision, we can draw mtv.x, mtv.y. What would be the point of collision? I guess we should just draw from 0. And then we'll just have to translate this. Well, it's already translated somewhere. Let's just see what that draws. Polygons intersect MTV. Implicit declaration of function vec2 normalized. Thank you. That was the only error, apparently. Well, I don't see a line anywhere. I'll have to multiply it. Vec2 mul scalar by 100. Just make it enormous so that it's highly visible. I don't see it anywhere. I'll draw it at the mouse, maybe. Push matrix. Well, there is no translation here. It's just the vertex. We've translated those. So I'm going to translate. Is it just translate F? Game data platform mouse X over 2 mouse Y negative dot window dot wait no 240 and 0. I do not see this MTV. Hey Advance, yeah, long time no see. How you doing? Monogamy ooh? I don't get it. Is it because I remember having to reject someone I liked there because I had a girlfriend back in Spain? Monogamy ooh, never again? Wait. Oh, so you're not monogamous anymore? I thought you were like proudly saying, yes, I had a girlfriend, so I rejected someone. But then you said monogamy ooh. Okay. Polygamy, eh? I'm good. Advance, how are you? So why is this not working? Why? I divided by 3 over here. 240 divided by... So, why isn't MTV showing up, huh? You did it proudly, but it wasn't easy. Yep. I guess not. It's been easy for me, I just haven't been interested in anyone since I got married. I had a huge attitude change when I got married. I went from being like really unconfident, stressing about interacting with women, stuff like that. I mean, even before I got married, this change started, but to be honest, I don't think I was completely emotionally mature enough for marriage at the time, but luckily things worked out for long enough that I grew into it, right? And I think nowadays I would totally be ready to get married, and I would marry Froggy in a second. But I would say I was a bit immature to be getting married at the time. But I definitely grew into it. Now, you know, I wear my ring and I'm just so confident around other, like, women, because there's nothing sexual or romantic at all. I used to be stressing out all the time, oh, you know, what if I ruin my opportunity with this woman? You know, that could have been the perfect relationship and I'll ruin it by one wrong word, right? My life could be made by getting with this person, but if I say the wrong thing, all that potential will be gone. And now there's no potential at all, by my own choice, obviously. And so it just makes things so much easier. So monogamy for me is absolutely fabulous. And if I, say something silly around a woman or a man, it doesn't concern me at all. If that person thinks, wow, he's a real dick, never hang out with that guy again, the weirdo. Okay, I've got my wife, It's all I need. So I can just behave in the way that I really want to behave without worrying about what people think of me, because the one person that really matters thinks well of me and is bound to me by love forever. Forever! So, just makes things so easy. Socializing is so easy now for me. Is it the line starting somewhere on the screen? Wait, are you saying there is a line? Oh! Huh? When did that line show up? How did I not see that before? That's enormous. It's wrong. Right? It should be tiny. I'll multiply it by 10. Oh. Oh, it is right. I don't need to multiply it at all. When did that show up? I guess it's saying the stationary box needs to translate, because that's number A. That's box A. But this seems to be working. But it should be saying move horizontally a little bit. And instead it's saying... It's doing the opposite, isn't it? It's telling me that, well, that's smallest is vertical there. That's weird. Insert Shakira? What? Green if horizontal? You mean I should do... I mean, I can see whether it's horizontal or not. So I don't... Oh, look! Is it... They're always claiming to be colliding. Except very rarely. That's weird. That's not right. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. There you go. No collision. Oh, collision. There's no collision here. What the heck? What's happening? What is happening? The song. Oh no, I get the song. Shakira sings, whenever, whenever, not forever. Oh! Hmm. Yeah, isn't her song all about, you know, short-term seduction stuff? Oh, baby, when you talk like that. That's how she sings, right? Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. I'm just looking for little... Did I mess up an A or a B somewhere? You know? A is contained within B. Then check it. Else if. Oh! Oh! It doesn't need to be an else. It doesn't need to be an else. I just need to check all of them. Silly me, silly me. Or check all of those. And then I need to check all 4 magnitudes. Magnitude, I'll just make an array at this point. Magnitude 0, magnitude 1. So I was just cancelling out. I was never checking if I found an overlap where A was included within B. I need to check if B is included in A as well, you know, or whatever. I guess there are always ones included. Well, full inclusion. Then it doesn't. But anyway, your favorite is the guy in the background who goes, Shakira, Shakira. Yeah, that's the best. That's the best part of that song. Shakira, Shakira. So now, absolute magnitude 1 is less than magnitude 0. Wait, now I should just check the smallest magnitude, shouldn't I? Just check the smallest magnitude. So, for int I equals 0, I is less than 4 plus plus I. If magnitude... Oh, I guess I can start off with 1. Magnitude I is less than... absolute. Is less than... absolute... magnitude... Oh, 0... Then... Did I miss... Oh, another bracket. Then magnitude 0 equals magnitude I, and magnitude 0, magnitude 0. Okay, so that should be right. Yeah, that should do it. That ought to do it. Alright, boom. And now B. Well, no, this is all the same, isn't it? So, alright, how does that turn out? Colliding. You are not colliding. Tell me the truth. And this should be horizontal. Damn it, so that didn't fix it at all. That did not fix it at all. Kero. Alright, anyway, Froggy messaged me, so you know I gotta take this. And I think my messaging app is a bit slow. Yep. Oh dear. Alright, I have to disappear for just a couple of minutes, but I will be right back. Oh, I didn't mute the microphone that whole time. Whoops.
We want tonight and our hips don't lie and we're starting to feel you, precious.
Anyway, I'm back. What was that? That was Gollum singing Shakira?
We want tonight and our hips don't lie and we're starting to feel you, precious. Got him, got him.
My hips don't lie and I'm also drowning. Yeah, yeah.
What's Kero, precious? What's taters, eh?
Taters, potatoes, boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Yep. Good old Lord of the Rings main character, Samwise Gamgee. Please do Bane by talking into a mug. Oh, I have a mug here. I just finished my last sip.
No one cared who I was until I put on the mask.
How's that? I've never really tried Bane before. But, anyway. So why isn't all this working? I get max minus min and min minus max. Maybe I'm absoluting everything right now.
The fire rises.
Great movie. Totally understood everything buff guy said. Hey, the Dark Knight trilogy. They came a couple of years after I started telling everyone they need to make gritty superhero movies. All these, fun, happy-go-lucky superhero movies suck. They need to make gritty ones, and then Dark Knight came out. Ooh. Where's the trigger? Where's is he taking the drugs? That's Batman. Totally accurate representation of Christian Bale's Batman. Alright. What the hell am I doing wrong here? Translation magnitude, translation axis, return the normalized axis. I set the axis to 0. So when there's no collision, this should be returning 0. But somehow, oh no, I messed it all up. I need to be checking if not. No, I didn't. I did nay. No, I didn't mess it all up. If we miss a single intersection, then there are no intersections. Why isn't this working? Alright, time to look at the guy's code instead of trying to figure it out myself. Here we go. Although this, I hate this programming language, whatever the hell programming language it is. So, project all the verticals of the polygon to each axis of the polygon we are testing and find out if the projections overlap. If the intersection there is an axis that separates the two polygons, so we do an early out from the function. Magnitude equals, sets the magnitude to a gajillion. Translation magnitude equals 0, equals huge val. Hey, Niffle. That looks like Visual Basic. Yeah, it'll make me sweat too, Visual Basic. Ooh. You're not really into superhero stuff in general, but Nolan's Batman and Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man are fun. Hey, how dare you say Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man? Tobey Maguire is the only Spider-Man. Oh, and Jack Black. He made a pretty good Spider-Man. Alright, so they're still claiming to be colliding when they're not colliding over here. What's with that? What is with that? I fixed this thing. Translation magnitude now equals huge val to begin with. Oh yes, I'm a fool. We can have collisions up here, intersections, and then find one axis later on that doesn't intersect and exit out, and in that case we need to send a new there we go. So well, we're still, now it's correctly detecting that it's not colliding anyway. You using forcoder makes you instantly likable. Thanks, Nipple. Wait. After watching the first Nolan movie in cinema, you fell asleep? Oh, you fell asleep halfway in. Oh, man. But you've rewatched it properly many times since. Yeah, it's a good movie. I think they're on Netflix. It seems like it's doing... Right when it changes, like... Now the translation vector up top should be smaller. It changes to the horizontal one. And then now when the one up top gets bigger, it changes to the big one. It seems like it chooses the largest translation vector. Yeah, and that's apparently not colliding if you have them exactly on the same pixel. So that's something I'll have to work out later. It might be just to do with the translation vector. Don't know. It picks the correct translation vector here, the vertical one. It's got some directionality to it. Weird. Very strange. So strange. I don't know what is going on with these translation vectors. We check the magnitude. Must be doing something wrong around here. Do you regularly have trouble sleeping, Ava? Because, like, first you don't even sleep for a day before going and watching Batman, and then you're up, 2 a.m. or whatever. Good gravy. Maybe larger than has to be larger than or equal to the vectors are in the same place. I'm not sure what you mean. This was like 10 plus years ago. Those films are ancient. Yeah, sure. But like, teenage you could pull all night. Oh, I see. Yeah, I used to do that kind of thing for LAN parties, actually. Old and grey, current you cannot. Yeah. Far too old for that. Yep. Let's see. We have an overlap here. Then we take B max to A min and B min to A max. Then A max to B min and A min to B max. Those are all the magnitudes. Then we check whichever is the smallest magnitude. Oh, I'm not checking absolute here. Dumb. Squirrels is dumb. New Zealanders is dumb. Alright. Now it's just going to work instantly. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. Choosing the minimum translation vector correctly. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah. Still this weird problem, but oh, yeah. Look at that. Choosing the minimum translation vector correctly. Glorious. You can't just lay down and fall asleep. You have to read for like an hour. Oh, that's unfortunate. I actually used to have serious insomnia problems. I would be up for hours every night. It was a real problem. And I always thought, I just have one of those minds that's always racing, right? I can't stop myself from thinking stuff. And that's what stops me from going to sleep. And I'm not saying this will apply to you, it's just my experience with my own insomnia. I used to have insomnia almost every night, unless I was totally exhausted. I would be up for hours. But nowadays, most nights, like I would say 95% of the time, I get in bed, I think to myself, oh man, I don't feel tired at all. It's going to be ages before I... That's how it goes. And then I still occasionally have a problem getting to sleep, but I think that's just normal for everyone. I think I'm at a normal spot now, where I just have the occasional bad night where I can't get to sleep for whatever reason. And the change happened when I switched to eating a really healthy diet. I thought, I never thought those two things would be related at all. But it was pretty much instant. I started eating really healthy, and then I could go to sleep. That was it. So, your mileage may vary, but worked for me. Now I sleep like a ton of bricks. Worse than usual lately because of stress. That's unfortunate. Over stuff you should do but haven't yet. I see. Procrastination. So I need to test now. Let's let's take this out of the equation here and just do bool collision equals. Let's do the non-MTV. I'm going to rename this. I'm going to remove the ing just for consistency. And then I will remove this, of course. Whoops. Okay, so this is just checking collision. Do they have the same problem where if they overlap exactly, it doesn't detect the collision. Does it happen on all axes? Yep. Gotta figure that problem out. You can sleep whenever, but refuse to. You went to sleep at 7 a.m.? Damn. Well, you know, that sounds bad, but I mean, everyone's life is different. If you have a, you know, if you don't have obligations during the day, then there's nothing wrong with being awake at night and asleep during the day. Well, it is bad for your health. You know, you're biologically, it's beneficial to be awake in the sunshine and asleep in the darkness, but, you know, you're an adult. You can do whatever you want. So let's see. When we're checking for intersections, we project along the normal of each of these vectors here. So take one of the side, or one of the bottom, let's take the bottom of the top square. We take that, we take the normal, which is a vertical line, and then we project all the other points onto that vertical line. Clearly they overlap vertically. They don't overlap horizontally, but they overlap vertically. Oh, I know what it is, We're returning false right here. I'm checking if they need to be larger than or equal. I need to check for equality here. Yup, that's what it is. If the points touch each other, then they need to count as overlapping. And there you go. Collisions even when they're exactly on each other. There you go. Alright. Simple as that. Okay, now I'll go back to showing the minimum translation vector. And that all works just fine. Alright. And now when I put it like that, you can actually see. Alright, good. You always love these aha moments when coding? So do I. They're very rewarding. The night is cooler and more silent. Perfect. Yeah, I do enjoy those parts of the night. Oh, if that was what you meant, Angel, then you were right, yeah. But for me, instead of staying up all night and sleeping all day, my solution will be living far enough away from other people, like half an hour away from the major city, and on a big enough property, like 10 acres or hopefully even more, that and with tons of trees, that things are quiet during the day anyway, and I'll have lots of solar panels to keep the place cool. And I'll also have lots and lots of trees on the property, obviously, cooling things down as well. So that'll be good. You don't want to sleep too late, but you don't like getting up, and you can't get started on anything before noon? Ouch. That stinks. I'm productive at any time if I just get in the groove, you know? You're buying a big lonely house as soon as possible? See, you gotta get in on that monogamy stuff, man. Doesn't have to be lonely, although of course technically it would be even less lonely with polygamy, right? But I think finding polygamous partners might be troublesome because of the culture we're in at the moment. Frankly, I've never seen polygamy really work out very well for anyone, but I don't have any moral problem with it, so as long as everyone's in on the polygamy. Now, what else do we need to do here? You know what we need to do? I need to take a breather for a moment and just do this. This is what I need to do. Oh yeah. This is the good stuff. I have the actual cartridge of this and a Game Boy and everything, but obviously I can't easily stream that, so This is gold. Pure gold right here. Which one is it? Is it one of these? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Oh yeah, give me that. Doo-doo. Oh yeah. This is the good stuff. Whoops. Wonder if you can. Oh, you can get that one. Doo doo. Doo dum 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 dum. This is the good stuff right here. This is the good stuff. Except I wish I could skip the time thing at the end. So annoying. Alright. Oh, only one life. What a shame. What a shame. Ah! Ugh, got him. Yeah. Boom. This is the best. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Dum dum. Oh shit! Almost fell off. Oh yeah, get the one up. I'm not going to play through the whole game right now because it takes like half an hour. And I need to do programming. But maybe I'll just finish World 1. Oh yeah. Does this count as procrastination or essential game research? Definitely research. Oh, got the 3 lives. Oh yeah. You gotta be careful in this game, or in this world. Yeah, because those mongrels will fall on you. Hey, got him. Got him, got him. Ooh. Alright, alright. When you play this on Game Boy Color or anything, you can see the... Oh shit! I pushed the wrong button. You saw me, I pushed the shoot button instead of the jump button. Damn it. I didn't check that pipe. I wanted to check it. Better wait for that. Well, I've checked it now, and I died for nothing. Evidently. Oh, I see those. That was a glitch in the emulator. I could see the sprites not keeping up with the screen. Uh-oh. Ah! Ah! No! Ah! Can I jump on this guy? Die, you bastard. I don't know how to get up there. I'll find out one of these days. Ah! Jesus, didn't see that coming. I forgot about it. I've only been down here once before. Alright, alright. I don't think there's a point in smashing all of these, but I'll do it anyway. Ha ha ha. Oh, there was. Good. Got him. Alright. Alright, got him. Alright, now this is... Yeah! Easy peasy. Alright, I'll read the chat now. No, I didn't use any cheat engine. I don't have anything like that installed. You made up some custom lyrics to this? Oh, that's funny, to the music. Maybe you were half asleep when you answered, or you didn't answer the question. So, do you know of Mario Land DX? Yes, I do know of that. Sorry, I just missed it in the chat. Oh, damn it. Oh, I'm not clicked into the... Oh, there we go. I wasn't clicked into the game window. I know of Mario Land DX, but I didn't like some of the things I saw about it, so I didn't bother playing it. Like he increased the size of the sprites and stuff like that. Nyeh. If it was just a colorization and fixing the performance, then that would be cool, but I heard that he didn't even fix the performance, which is like the big problem with the game, that in the final boss fight it lags. Maybe he did though, that's what I read, so. Not enough Aussie adjacent vowels, where's my... You mean bastard? Feels exactly the same from a gameplay perspective? Nah. I just didn't think it was really an improvement from what I read. I expected color in the sprites and performance fixes, and pretty much that's it. And then I read that it was some different stuff, so I lost interest. Anyway, we've done this now. Minimum translation vector, done. Yep, the swept test. Test for when one object is moving and the other isn't. Well, that'll be important because we have a lot of static geometry. Well, that doesn't seem important to me. A real physics simulation? I mean, I'll just, on the same frame that they collide, I'll use the minimum translation vector to push it away. You know what, I could even do that right now as a little test. So if collision, yada yada yada. So alright. So now I'll just do down here GL translate F mtv.x mtv.y 0, and we're not scaling that at all or anything, so that should be fine. I think it'll be negative. I think translation vector is for where A should go, and we're only moving B. So that's fine, that's fine. Now does... Yeah, there you go. Now B gets pushed in the direction that it needs to not be colliding anymore. Although apparently not quite enough. He's just overlapping there, and he's touching there and touching there, and just overlapping by a pixel there. But I guess, I don't know. Good enough, right? I can always adjust for that manually. Been binging H2O Just Add Water on YouTube? Oh god. Oh no. Actually, you know what? Let's, this time, I'll do an extra push matrix, pop matrix. Here. And then translate by MTV. And now we should be able to push this other rectangle around. Oh, that's cool. Push push, push, bop, and then it bops out to the other side. Hiya, hoyo, 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 hoyo. Hiya, hiya, hoyo, 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 hoyo. That's great. This is fun. I can imagine just a pushing thing. Perhaps I'll use this for my next sliding blocks game, which might just be a mini game inside Notemon or something, but I like sliding puzzles. Push it, push it, push, 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 push. That is a lot of H2O, just add water. You will not be dehydrated for a long time, assuming you added the water. Feels good to watch, yeah, I know, it's just one of those things in the human brain, you know, that clicks. Alright, so swept test, eh? I need to put on a sweat. You know what, I'll turn off the fan. I am freezing cold right now. So. Yeah, juice. Yeah, that's right. You know, so this guy's talking about, oh, if you look at the demo, you'll notice that things actually collide before being pushed back by the minimum translation vector. But I mean, I'm just checking for collision, and then I'm translating by the translation vector, and so it's what he's describing isn't happening, right? They're just on the frame that they collide, they get translated, and so there's no instance where they're like, oh, they overlapped for a second and then they were pushed back, you know? So I think doing it this way is fine, but let's see what he's talking about with this swept test. Instead of testing whether we intersect and exiting the test, we, given they're not intersecting, for every axis extend the projection of poly A by adding its velocity projection to its min and max projections. Oh, do the interval test as before. If they will intersect, calculate the MTV and exit. Okay, so that's just... you just translate your polygon by your velocity vector and then do the test, right? That's just what that is, isn't it? It's winter down there? No, it's I'm up here in America, and it's summer. But here in Texas, every house is air conditioned. They actually have a thing like people have died. Old people have died because their air conditioner went out, and then they fell asleep, and then they died of heat exhaustion. I've heard, anyway. So yeah, every house is air conditioned, and the guy who owns the house, Froggy's dad, prefers the air to be at quite a low temperature. So, you know. So it's like it's blistering hot outside right now, but it's like chilly in here. So. Okay, so he's just describing that. It's no big deal. It's just a check ahead thing. I'm sure I can do that, no problem. I could add that. I could add that in, but I feel like it's unnecessary because I could just translate the polygon and then use the same function. Doesn't even seem necessary to make a separate function for it. So, optimizations and tips. Each edge has a corresponding parallel edge. Yeah, so you could optimize out for rectangles and things. If you only need to test for an intersection, you don't need to normalize your axes, therefore eliminating a costly square root. What? If you only need to test for an intersection? Oh, wait. Well, that's what we're doing, right? We're testing for intersections? Or maybe if you don't need the minimum translation vector. I don't know. No? I don't think that's what it is. I don't know. Pre-calculate your normals for polygons that never change shape. Oh yeah, that's a good optimization tip. I should add that in sometime. For polygons whose shapes don't change but needed to be rotated, you can pre-calculate your normals and rotate them. Sure. So any polygon that doesn't change shape, even if it gets rotated, or scaled, scaling would still be fine. Just actually editing the vertex positions themselves. So pretty much every polygon in this game is going to have pre-calculated vertices, normals then. For circles versus polygons, you will only need to check for one axis. You can get that axis from the vector defined by closest vertex to the circle center and do the MTV projection method above. I'll leave that as an exercise for the reader. What does he mean? Circles versus polygons. You only need to check for one axis. You get that axis from the vector defined by closest vertex to the circle center. So whichever vertex of the polygon is closest to the center of the circle is the one whose axis you can use for this MTV check. But I think you could just make it even simpler. For a circle versus a polygon, well, yeah, I guess you want that minimum translation vector. I was thinking you could just, find whichever point, vertex, is closest to the circle, and then take the distance from circle center to vertex, and if it's smaller than radius, then you need to translate from circle center to point by, radius minus that initial distance that you calculated. But that would only always move you in the direction of that one vertex, and perhaps you could just move a little bit up or down to stop the collision. And that might be a smaller minimum translation vector. So, yeah. Are we going to have circles in this game? You know what? We might just have circles. We could just have small squares, though. But it is all pixely. Do we need circles? That is the question. Alright. So now let's get something with the player going. I'm going to remove all of this. Boom. That's all gone. We're back to just the player falling. Oh. The color is white right now, I think. So I should clear the background to like a gray. Alright, so now we can see the geometry there. I feel like I want to actually make the geometry black. Whoops. 0, 0, 0, 1. How is that not black? What? Whoops. Sorry. Just hit the microphone. Boom. It doesn't have to be here, does it? That doesn't make any sense. What happened? Oh. Did I not recompile? Or I recompiled and didn't see that there was an error. Oh, well. Alright, let's set the color to 1, 1, 1 at the start. There we go. Now I've got black geometry, we can go back to having a white background. Bit bright though. 0.8f. That's better. Okay, so now we need to loop through every thingamabob. Let's have a look here. Chunk. We'll only do this for the first chunk for now. So when we're moving the player. Let's do vec2t player polygon equals, and we shall make it -11 0 11 0 11 32 -11 32. Then for int I equals 0, I is less than 4. Oh, this needs to be plus I player polygon I dot x plus equals player.pause.x plus, well, should we make a movement vector? Rather than moving the player, we make a movement vector. That might be good. Vec2t player movement equals 0. And then player movement dot x player movement dot y dot x, yep. And then down here, we'll take this. Except fall time. Well, fall time can be down somewhere else. We check if he falls. Player movement dot y. Yep. Then player dot pause plus equals player dot movement. And now we translate everything by player movement. Then vec2t player movement back equals polygon collision or collide. What is this function? Polygons intersect MTV, and we shall do player polygon, and we need to do this. So player movement back shall equal 0. Player polygon, player base polygon. Okay, have to do something like this. No worries, Ava. Now we do for int I equals 0, I is less than game data chunks dot polygons KDA top plus I. Then every time we check up, this is just the naive way to do it. I'll make it more efficient later. But let's see. Player polygon I dot x equals player base polygon I dot x plus, well, I suppose I should call this j. J. And then, so this way we'll make a translated player plus player movement dot x. Player movement back. Sure. So then we check player movement back equals intersect player polygon with current polygon. Oh, I think this takes these as arguments as well. The number of vertices, polygons I dot vertices, or polygon T, yeah, vertices. I think that's it. Player movement back, and then if player movement back dot x is not equal to 0, or I'm starting to feel that this should be passed an MTV, vec2t MTV, and then it should just return a bool, and that way we don't need to store that. We can just call that MTV, and then we can return false. Return false. And this will return true. And we'll make MTV equal that. Minimum translation vector. Okay. I just remembered something I have to do, so I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, so. Now I can just do, I can just pass this in, and I can just directly check this function call. If there is a collision, then player movement equals vec2 sub player movement back. It's actually add. I need to add these. And I'm just going to set, well, if I'm going to set the, okay, here we go. Float predicted fall distance equals player movement dot y. If player movement dot y is not equal to predicted fall distance, I suppose just larger than, right? So it'll be positive. Then game data player dot fall time equals 0. I think I missed some game data arrows somewhere. Did I? I don't know. Let's see. In function, polygons intersect incompatible types when assigning. Star MTV. Whoops. Just meant to hold shift. And star MTV, and star MTV, and star MTV. Thank you, Angel. Just getting nommed by mosquitoes here. Oh, that's unfortunate. Living close to a river? Ah, I see. Well, the river is probably worth it, right? In function play, chunk T, it's a pointer, did you mean? Line 45. KDA top, game data, chunks, polygons. Oh, chunks 0. Derp. Herpaderp. Game data chunks is a pointer. Where did I do that now? 0. Argument 3 of polygons intersect MTV. Game data polygons I dot vertices, right? Alright, and player undeclared 61. Game data player dot pause. Oh, player undeclared. Huh? Player is totally in the second half of that equation. What? Player has no like that. What am I doing? Vec2 add. What am I thinking? There. What? Player.pause is a vec2. Player movement is a vec2. Huh? Expected vec2. Yep. But argument is of type vec3? Huh? Did I just accidentally give the player a vec3 position instead of a vec2 position? Yep. 58. Vec2. Why did I do vec3? Okay. That's not what's supposed to happen. Yes. Collision. I need to reset MTV. Whoops. Yep. Need to reset MTV when we return false. What? MTV is a pointer. Oh. Right. Forget the syntax. Alright. Okay. Where'd he go? Where's the player? I've gotten used to mosquito bites, mostly. So when we go outside and read and look at the stars and stuff like that, I don't mind too much. I still don't like them. And we go inside if we notice a lot of mosquitoes. But if I get a few bites, I can usually handle it with my mental strength. So, hey, I will not scratch. And then they go away pretty quickly. Bandito is not a Spanish word? Yes it is. Sorry. Sorry, but it is. I've decided that bandito is a Spanish word. Bandito is the one? Nah, bandito. Just add O to any word, and it's Spanish. Comprendo? I know it's comprende. Oh dear. So player movement back. And player movement back. If polygons intersect, doodle doodle. Player movement equals... we add player movement back to player movement. Well, that should work, right? Why does this not work? Where is the player? He starts up here. You can see him for an instant, and then he flies off who knows where. Okay, let's just not add. But instead, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Hit equals true. Oops. Bool hit equals false. And then if not hit. Huh? That's not what I expected to happen. Make him move more slowly. And then he should have a collision there. But he's having a constant collision. He's always colliding. Huh. Oh, player base polygon plus player movement plus player game data player dot pause dot x. Base polygon plus current position. Now he's not colliding, not colliding, not colliding. Colliding! Yeah! And so we'll do this, we'll do that, we'll do that, we'll do this. You know, that's not quite right. Getting there. Hey, he doesn't even collide with that one. Am I not looping through all of the polygons? Maybe I didn't set top and I'm supposed to do size. There, oh! Hey, he collides correctly with this one. But not with that one. Oh my god. Learned how to round them up. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, that's nice. That's nice, Ava. You're rounding up the fruit flies in a jar by luring them in with fruit and then letting them out somewhere. That's great. Bomp. Hey, look at that. He can go up the slopes immediately just from this collision, except for on the first polygon. I wonder if it's because it's a triangle. Let's push another There you go. Problem solved. Except for some reason it didn't look like it. Ah, this is supposed to be 0, right? Huh? They find their way into the jar following the fruit, but can't find their way back out of the funnel if the opening is small enough. Clever. Well, look, something's messed up here, but this is actually working. This is the first time I've ever had movement like that this successfully made, and it even slows down going up the slope automatically, to be honest. Yeah, because he's being repelled in the normal direction of the slope. Oh. 0, 16, 32, 16. 32, 0, 0, 0. Oh yeah, this is correct, isn't it? Well, this is fabulous. Now I need to make an editor so that I can draw these, and I need to make a jump. I need to put some geometry above the dude. Does that need to equal size? Well, size would be 2, but top would be 1. Oh, right, that's why I need to do less than size. It's a game now. Ship it. Yep. It's a game. Ship it. Good to go. You can go up and down slopes. It's a game. Let's do a jump. So up here, case key Z. Z is the best jump button. Everybody knows. If game data player fall time is less than, and here's where I'll introduce coyote frames. How do you spell coyote? Is it like this? Coyote. Is this how you spell coyote? South Korean dance and hip-hop group consisting of members Kim Jong-min, Shin Ji, and Baek Ga. That's what I meant. No, okay, it's with a C. The letter C needs to be abolished. K and S fill this role. Why do you need C? Get rid of it. It is trash, and it deserves to be disintegrated. Eliminated from existence. Okay. Coyote time shall be 0.1f. So if full time is less than coyote time, then, you know what? This actually needs to be, we don't need an initial thing, we just need an if. If I think I left one of those in there. Yeah. If game data platform dot keyboard key Z, then and player full time is less than coyote time, and game data dot jump time is less than max jump time. Jumo time shall be 0.6f. Then, whoops, player. Game data player jump time plus equals game data platform dot delta. And player dot movemente dot y minus equals game data minus equals, guess I'll do another, whoops, jump speed shall equal 100. I don't know whether that's a good value or not. No, it isn't. Probably 512 or so. Or 256. Minus equals jump speed times delta. Else, and predicted fall distance. Predicted fall distance shall equal 0, I guess. Or shall equal huge val. No, 0. 0 if y is larger than fall distance. Fall time equals 0. Should it be less than fall distance? Yeah. And fall distance shall be huge val. Yeah. I think that's right. Now, what did I do? Jump time? Did I mean fall time? I meant to add a new variable. Jumpo Timo has no member named movement. Oh, player movemento. Okay. No jumping. No jumping is happening. Whoops. And now we can't go up the slope. So I guess this maybe was supposed to be larger then. No jumping is happening. Wait. No jumping's happening. Oh, I need to reset jump time. Player.jump time equals 0. Still no jumping is happening. Oh wait. Jumping is ooh. Okay, clearly the jump time needs to be much longer than 0.6. Try 1.6. No, that's not right. It doesn't seem to be taking that into account at all. Full time is less than coyote time. Oh, where am I adding full time? I should add this now in here. And I can add that in here as well. Okay, now I feel that variable will actually... Whoa. Yeah, Jump time plus equals platform delta, right? Jump time equals 0. Fall time equals 0. Fall time plus equals. Well, I'm going to do 0 coyote time and see what happens. Okay, well. As soon as I release the button, then he can't jump again. Trying to clean up the kitchen a bit so you can cook, which keeps happening during my stream. Yep, well, food is important. I'm sorry you've been a bit under the weather. Hope you feel better soon. Don't take ibuprofen. That's my recommendation. Take ginger as well. I know that sounds like new agey and, hippie bullshit, but it's actually scientifically proven. So ibuprofen sure is an effective painkiller, but also damages the lining of your stomach. And long term, a lifetime of over-the-counter pain medications like that cause serious damage. So, whereas ginger is scientifically proven to be effective to be an effective pain relief. And doesn't cause any damage to your stomach lining. Paracetamol, I don't know specific details of what that does to you, but it's probably harmful as well. So I would recommend finding an alternative that's actually, well, you eat lots of ginger anyway, that's good. We actually tried Froggy was very skeptical, but she was having headaches, and I said, well, let's just get some ginger pills. Powdered ginger, you can get it in a tablet form, so it's really easy to take a significant amount of ginger. She would take ibuprofen, but then she didn't want to take it anymore because she learned about the damaging effects of it. So then I was like, well, let's try ginger, scientifically proven to work. She was like, I don't think that's going to work, but I'll try it because, she knows I'm the one who actually reads all the scientific papers and stuff. So she tried it, and it seriously worked at least as well as ibuprofen. Just like that. It was really impressive, because I was still skeptical as well. I'm like, you read these things in the scientific papers, right, but does it really work? And yeah, she tried it, and I've tried it as well. It just works really well. The pharmacist wanted you to not take it often. Ibuprofen or ginger, because you can go mad with the ginger. It's a whole plant food, it's no problem, or very unlikely to be a problem. I know if you blend the shit out of broccoli and and just drink gallons of broccoli juice, then you can get too much of some certain thing, but generally, okay, you're talking about ibuprofen, yeah. Generally speaking, unprocessed plant foods, you can just eat unlimited amounts with no problems. So yeah, I would totally recommend, just getting some ginger pills. We get them at Walmart, but whatever country you're in or whatever, you can probably find them pretty easily, and really cheaply, because it's just ginger. It's actually good for you instead of bad for you, while giving you pain relief. So why doesn't my coyote time add up? Once coyote time, if jump time is less than max jump time, jump time, it should probably be like 0.05. Player.jump time plus equals platform delta. And then, do I ever even reset that? Jump time. Jump time. Else jump time equals 0. What if I don't put that in here? Then jump time never resets, and I guess jump time needs to be set to 0 when you hit the ground, right? Fall time is less than coyote time. Jump time equals 0. Jump time needs to be 0 down here, maybe? Aha! There you go. So only when you hit the ground. Okay, I need the hang time to be longer. Where did I do hang time? I did it around here, didn't I? Fall time plus oh yeah. So where do I add the movement.y minimum fall time minus hang time, and then I'll do max 0. Alright, so now hang time shall be 0.05 and now nope, still no hang time, unless it's just not long enough. I'll do like a crazy amount of hang time. Oh, well, that seemed real. Yep, hang time. Okay, maybe like 0.1 though. It's not really long. Well, 0.15. Your neck kills you from time to time? Yeah, try ginger. You know that even if you're skeptical about it working, there's no harm in taking some ginger one time and seeing if it works. Unlike actual drugs. I'm not saying drugs are bad, but generally a concentrated, extracted single nutrient from a plant is much more dangerous than the entire plant in all of its constituents and ratios. Just go easy on nutmeg and apple seeds. When you were a kid, you would always eat every part of the apple. The apple seeds are gross. I use them for growing apple trees rather than trying to commit suicide. But I believe you have to eat like 150 apple seeds to have like measurable damage in an adult. So, but yeah, for a child, it's maybe possible. And nutmeg I don't know about, but nutmeg has an extremely strong flavor, so I wouldn't say that's much of a danger either. You would eat your toothpicks? Well, hey, it's organic material, right? It's all good stuff. Your mom was always into an alternative medicine proponent. You also like scientifically proven alternatives. Yeah, exactly. See, that's because of alternative medicine nut jobs. If anyone ever told, I think I heard about ginger when I was a kid, right? And I just thought that's bloody stupid. Alternative medicine. My fun catchphrase, right, was, you know what alternative medicine that's been proven to work is called? Medicine. But the trouble is, not a lot, but some so-called alternative medicines actually have been scientifically proven to work. But there's no drug company that can profit off of ginger, so nobody pays to promote it. And that's it, you know. Doctors don't know about it because the drug company representatives that come and talk to them don't tell them about ginger because nobody can patent ginger. Yeah. So, but a lot of alternative medicine is complete bullshit. Like Reiki and all that stuff is utter garbage, obviously. But, yeah. Just because something is considered alternative medicine doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't work. That's my new stance, right? I'm like, okay, show me the scientific... I used to be like, that's bullshit, go away. Now I'm like, you know, that's probably bullshit, but I would love to see the scientific evidence for whatever alternative medicine you're promoting, and then I'll, maybe it's real, maybe it's not. So... And yeah, Dr. Greger is great. That's where I initially started to learn about nutrition science. So he's great. Nutritionfacts.org, brilliant. Alrighty then. So this is all going well. Now what I really need is a level editor. But before I do that, I just want to test some more collisions. So I'm going to copy this, bing bang boom, bish bash bosh, and I'm just going to draw the exact same polygon, but with y coordinates added in 128, and I'm going to go downwards, so 112, 96, 96, so this is going to be upside down, 112, 128. That's not right. Resize. Size +1. Why doesn't that work? Oh, chunks, dot polygons, 2. There we go. Oh, look at that. All these collisions. Oh my god, we've even got sliding when your head hits a slope. This is awesome. All those stupid YouTube tutorials, how to do platformer physics, are so dumb. They make it so complicated. A single flippin' function gets you vertical collisions, horizontal collisions, top collisions, and bottom collisions. Correctly stopping gravity, it gets you slopes, it gets you sliding along the slopes with your extra velocity. This is brilliant. This is brilliant. Why didn't I know about this? Oh my god. So now I need to make an editor to start placing these polygons, because this is a nightmare right here. This is fantastic though. I'm making so much progress on this. I was really intimidated by arbitrary polygon collisions. But now I'm just like, throw me any convex polygon you want. I will destroy it with my collisions, alright? Yeah, old man yells at game dev tutorial community. That's right. That is absolutely right. A completely fair characterization. So, now we need to create a new file. Land called editor.c. And in main, we need to include it. Yep, upload it. Editor. And state play, state editor, and state editor equals editor. Boy, you've got to be shitting me. Forcoder very rarely crashes. It really is a great piece of software. But damn it, I hate when things crash. Okay, so didn't lose much. I think it mainly happens when you start a new file. So you just have to make sure your new file saves and then you're good to go. Okay, void editor game data t star game data, and need to add that state in again. Speaking of yelling at the YouTube tutorial community, there's this guy called Hobson who makes some really cool videos twice a year. Like making Minecraft in C++ and OpenGL in 1 week, that kind of thing. And he made a tutorial called something about the strategy design method or something like that. And it was so funny because he starts off the video, he's like, say you want to make a paint program from scratch. This is how you might do it. And he makes there are a few different parts of the program, right? Getting the input, using the tool, and then, selecting tools. And so for each one of these, he makes a switch statement. So it's like, when the mouse left is clicked, switch statement based on what tool it is, do the corresponding thing for that tool. And then he's like, oh no, my main file is like 500 lines of code. This is horrible. There's no way I can keep up with this. If only there were a way to format this code better. Introducing the strategy design method or whatever. And then he shows how to make everything into an object that inherits from a tool class or a strategy class. And it's just like, and he's like, wow, this is so much better. Everyone should do this. So I'm like, no, the first way was so much easier. It's like he just makes it worse. I'm thinking of making a response video showing how you can have all the convenience of that strategy design whatever while not using classes and inheritance and all that kind of shit. And you can even have it in multiple files and this and that, I don't know, maybe I will if I can be bothered, but I'm more interested in doing this kind of thing, so I probably won't. Anyway, let's go to play.c. We're gonna need some of this stuff. Oops. Wait. Yep. And then we need some of this stuff. I'll just copy everything and then delete what I don't need, which will be most of it. We don't need, well, yeah, we need that. But we don't need the player, right? Well, we kind of do need the player. I'm going to take out the camera rotation stuff, because I can easily add it in later if we actually use camera movement, complex camera movement. You have excavated the sink, now you can use it, jolly good. What's the name of the channel? Hobson, Hopson. So you're 1 letter off. Okay, so when I press escape here, what I actually want to do, well, maybe if I press enter. Alright, case, key, enter. When I press enter, next state shall be state play. Okay, so that should all be fine. Okay, so we go into play, but let's see, when I'm in play, what shall I press to edit? F1? F1 to edit? It's kind of right next to escape. I'll make an escape menu later, and you're like, escape, press edit, but a hotkey for it. F1 tab. I can always change it later. Case key F1. State. Editor. Key F1 not declared. Have I not got key F1? Lib platform. Well, let's just see. I didn't put any of the function keys in here. What a fool. CMD to edit? Yeah, sure. Where do I keep my files? User, share, include, right? Isn't there an include folder in here? Oh my god, I shouldn't have pressed Control F. EFGHI. Nope, no include here. Where's include? I could have sworn it was in there. User. Is it just user include? Oh, there you go. X11 keysim def. That's what I need. Okay. Now F1. It must be like XKF1. Okay. Auxiliary functions, yada yada yada. Okay, so what is this included in? Keypad functions, keypad numbers cleverly chosen to make the ask. Oh yes, very self-complimentary. They're self-aggrandizing. XK miscellany, I believe I am including that, so I'll just copy this, and we have up to 12. So I'll do key. Oh, there's no F0. F1, F2, and then, alright, and 10, 11, 12. Whoops. Okay, and now SDL. Now I'm just going to assume SDLs as scan code, whatever. Key. Whoops. Too many Fs. Zero, 1, 2. I can count to 2 from 0, not just from 1. You found my comment? Oh yeah. My favorite comment on there, someone has said, and this is why Photoshop is so slow. Too true, that commenter. Play. Now if I press F1, my player no longer moves around, and then if I press, what was it? Escape? Nope. I exited the whole thing. I'm supposed to press enter. F1, enter, F1, enter, F1, enter. Alright, that is marvelous. So in the editor, you'll be able to pick up the player, move them around, you'll be able to draw polygons. Alright, this is grand. This is grand. Alright, so how should I program this editor? Now I have a small qualm. So when I'm in the gameplay, you can see that the screen cuts off. Whoops. The screen cuts off right there. I don't know why it's gray outside of it, but it doesn't really matter. In any case, the screen cuts off right there, and the same happens on the other side, somewhere around here, and it's all scaled into just so there. It's like cutting off all of this, right? So what I'm thinking is it would be awfully convenient to be able to use the space outside of the game screen. I want to keep the game screen the same aspect ratio so that you always know what it looks like in the game. And then perhaps I'll like mouse scroll up and down to zoom in and out, but still within the same aspect ratio. Yeah. But I want to use the space outside of the screen. So perhaps I should render the game to texture. Render the game view to a texture. And then the total OpenGL render view is the full thing. That might be good. Alright. I need to do something here. If game data platform keyboard key alt or key rolt else, so that you can toggle full screen. KP full screen true not full screen. Is that correct? Makes point of imager with that. And so when I'm in the editor, Alt Enter toggles full screen. Good. Good. I'll copy that over to here so that when I'm in the gameplay, I can toggle full screen. Marvelous. And in fact, I might as well call that at the beginning of the game. Boom. Just call it immediately. And I'll just call it as true. There we go. So we default to full screen now. Oh, this is great. Suppose I should probably track the slope. Maybe I need to increase gravity strength. When he's on the ground. Or like decrease coyote, well, not coyote time. So you should only have coyote time or hang time after a jump. Shouldn't have hang time if he hasn't jumped. On a slope, forward should be at the angle of the slope. Yeah, that's true. I'm just thinking if there's a really cheap and easy way of doing it. You don't think you ever caught what coyote actually was supposed to be here? It's a reference. It's a reference. So coyote time is at the top of the jump. Or actually, it's not at the top of the jump. It's after walking off a ledge. How long do you have to press the jump key? Which apparently is 0 seconds. But it should be some small amount of seconds. So like, if I jump off the ledge, if I get like right to the edge here, or if I press the jump key here, all is well. But if I'm like 1 pixel too far and I press the jump key 1 pixel late, then you don't get to jump, and it feels really cheap. So coyote frames are when you walk off the ledge and then press the jump key, just a little bit too late. You still get to jump, and yes, it is a reference to Looney Tunes. Is that term established in games? You've never heard it before? I think it is, but I don't know. It's a good term, so I'll just use it anyway. Let's see. I don't think I'm getting any coyote time. Coyote time? Oh, well, it's really short, so that could be... Okay, we are getting coyote time. It wasn't enough time. Let's see how 0.1 feels. Oh. Yeah, that feels too short. 0.2? That feels pretty good. Maybe too long. Hard to say. 0.15? I don't want it to be so large that it feels easy. You know, like, oh, I can just walk right off the ledge and jump while in midair. But just if you have a slight timing error with your finger, then I want you to be able to make the jump. I'll leave it at 0.2 for now, a bit forgiving. A very important addition to game with jump in it. Yep, I agree. It's a very important mechanic to make something feel good. I really got screwed by the lack of coyote time in Mario Land, actually. I was in 4-3 rather. I was in 4-3, World 4... Wait, 4-2. There are only 3 levels per world. I'm a fool. I was in 4-2, right near the end of the game. I started that world with like 27 lives or something. And I got down to 10 lives just in 4-2 because I kept buggering up these few small jumps that are particularly cramped. And I kept yelling out, "Where are my coyote frames?" Yeah. However, I did beat it still. So edit mode. I need to display tools. So I need to do render to texture. How do you do that? I think Swiftless wrote about that. Swiftless. Let's see what he has to say about render to texture. What's that YouTube link? Is it supposed to be for me? Come on, Swiftless. There we go. OpenGL2. Dead Cells devs explain it, and a bunch more things they do. Oh, sounds interesting. I'll watch that later, obviously, not right now. How Dead Cells secretly stops you from dying. Okay. Yep, that's on my watch later now. Thanks. Okay, so where does he do render to texture? No render. Oh, frame buffers. Here we go. Yeah, off-screen rendering. Maybe this is it. Yep, this sounds like what I want. This sounds like just what I want. So that way I'll be able to make my OpenGL context the full window size, and then make a sub OpenGL context on a 320 by 240 texture, or frame buffer. And then display that texture. Now I do wonder if I'll want to make my frame buffer 320 by 240, which means objects will only display movement in full pixels, or if I want to support sub-pixel movement. I don't know yet. We can always change that later. In your demo for EAF, you even have a sort of reverse coyote time, where if you jump before landing on the ground, it still gets the jump. Yeah, that's called input buffering. Yeah, that's also really important, because it feels like crap if you land and you just hit the jump button, but you just land and stop on the ground. It's like, yeah, so that's a great point as well. I should do input buffering sometime. Of course, you don't need input buffering if you just, like, what I've got already is, if you hold down the button, you instantly jump as soon as you hit the ground. And I was thinking about doing some kind of bounce mechanic where you do a belly slam and bounce. So maybe input buffering isn't so necessary here. I'm not doing event-based input right now. I'm just doing, if the button is held, then do it. You learned that term just now. Oh, just now just before I told you mean? Because that's kind of funny. Okay, so oh really? We need a separate frame buffer depth, and frame buffer texture. Okay. I guess I will put these inside game data. I'll do a struct called frame buffer, and then it'll get 3 GLUints as he demonstrated. Object, what were they called? Depth and texture. Alright. Alright, I'm going to add in up here now. Define game resolution X. I'll just do resolution X 320, and then resolution Y 240. Do you have any advice on staying focused on a project? If you mean long term rather than moment to moment, like, you know, if you, I'm guessing you're saying if you sit down to work on something, you don't have a problem just working on it. But the next day you have a problem sticking with that project, or the next week you're like, I want to do this other thing. And it's funny you would ask that, because, you know, last week I was working on Notemon, and now here I am working on Super Kero Land. But that's not because of lack of focus. I'm still working on Notemon. This is just an important side project I need to do. But my advice for that, well, I used to have big trouble with that. And then when I finished my first game, that was when it really started to turn around. Because I would, you know, get in that game idea, start making it, and then think, this is crap. My other ideas are so much better, I'll do that, yada yada, you know. When I finished my first game, which is not very good, but it's a finished game, right? It achieved its goal of being a finished game. Then I realized, I can finish a game. I realized that I can finish games. I can sit down, I can start a project, and do it all the way to the end. And I had an idea now of how long different things took as well. So from then on, for every game I've made that I've finished, I've sat down, figuratively speaking, and thought, what is the purpose of this game, right? My first game, the purpose of it was simply to be my first finished game. And that included making a web page for it, and a trailer, and etc. And so with each of my games, I've had a clear purpose from the beginning, and that's made it very easy to stick with the project and understand why I'm doing it and what it's going to be like when it's finished. And then just knowledge about how long some projects actually take to make makes it easier. This project's taken so long. Why has it taken so long? Doesn't really occur because I know how long it's going to take, maybe approximately. And I don't think, I have such a better idea, I should do that instead, because I know how long that will take as well. And if you keep switching projects, you never manage to finish anything. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Hope that helps. Okay, anyway, we've got our resolution-y and resolutions now. Let's see. We don't need rotation or whatever. Create/initialize our frame buffer, the depth buffer, and the texture. Create the frame buffer, bind the texture and the depth buffer. Okay. Sorry. My throat really is not happy when I talk for this long. You've never played a strategy game of any time in your entire life? Oh my god. Catch you later, cute math. I hope you immediately go and get to work on an interesting project. Thanks for hanging out. Ava, you need to play Advance Wars. Boom. Advance Wars. That's the one you need to play for the Game Boy Advance. One day, when, maybe you and I will meet up in real life for game development related stuff or whatever. One day, if I'm on holiday in Norway or you come to America for something, I will give you a Game Boy Advance with Advance Wars to play, so that you can play it. Experience the good strategy. Advance Wars was your first strategy game? Nice. Alright, so let's create that depth buffer. First, you need to create a method called initFrameBufferDepthBuffer. No, I don't. No, I don't. So glGenRenderBuffers extended. One render buffer and store the ID. Okay. That's fine. I'll just do that down here. Right here. And this shall be game data.framebuffer.depth. No, you want to play Super Mario and Zeldor. Hey, those two are excellent franchises. Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild. So good. And Breath of the Wild 2. Can you believe it? Yes. They're doing it. I can't wait. Cannot wait. But Advance Wars is excellent as well. Too bad they only do Fire Emblem these days and no Advance Wars. I would say Fire Emblem is not as good a starting point as Advance Wars because it's so brutal in killing your characters. Advance Wars, each war is fought individually. So you don't have to go back, and stuff like that. You just, if you want to go back, you can go back and get a better score, but however you did on Mission 16, Mission 17 is exactly the same as it will be. So, I think that's a good thing for new people to strategy games. Now, okay, bind render buffer extended. And then like that, and then bind a 0, and of course we're going to create the texture buffer here, or the color buffer or whatever. We need to tell it it's used for depth. Okay, so render buffer storage and render buffer. Frame buffer, render buffer. Yep. Okay, so after we bind it, we set render buffer extended depth component resolution X, resolution Y, depth attachment, render buffer, and that. You kept getting ads for the Fire Emblem Three Houses one. Yeah, that does look like a really good game, to be honest. Oh, there's a free Fire Emblem on mobile? I am highly skeptical of how good that would be. I mean, sure, Fire Emblem would work really well on mobile, but I'm skeptical of how good the free game is. Okay, so generate the texture, bind the texture, set the details of the texture, and then unbind. Sure. Whoops. Okay. Now, game data frame buffer dot texture RGB resolution X, resolution Y, RGBA. Yep. Suppose it could just be RGB. Well, I'll leave it RGBA. So definitely don't want linear. We want nearest and nearest. Who needs any other games when you can just keep replaying Majora's Mask forever? Fair enough. If that's fulfilling, then I wouldn't pressure you into trying other games. Frame buffer initialization. Alright. So, gen frame buffer, bind frame buffer, unbind the frame buffer. Sure. And I just need to copy game data.frame buffer. Dot object. There we go. Generate and bind the frame buffer. You're so hyped for the randomizer to get finished? Oh yeah, I remember seeing some screenshots that you shared about the Ocarina of Time randomizer. That looked cool. Okay, attach the texture to the buffer, to the frame buffer. Easy peasy. Attach the depth buffer. Yes, indeed, relating. GL check frame buffer status. Alright. Alright. Why would I separately capture status and then... Well, I guess I want to output what status is. So let's, while it's bound, Really? Exit 0 is exit the application? I would never have known. And, oh, IOStream. How is IOStream better than printf? It's actually worse. It's just worse. I don't get that. I've never gotten that. Yeah, Ava's Scary Woods game was pretty scary. Although I'm a huge scaredy cat and I did manage to beat it, so maybe on the whole it's not that scary. If status is not equal to complete, then for printf, couldn't create frame buffer, modulo d, and status. Return -1. Don't know why you'd exit 0 when there's an error. Okay. Init frame buffer, eh? He just puts init inside glue in it. Okay. Frame buffer usage. Yes, that's what I want. So he's drawing a quad here. Sure. So bind texture, frame buffer texture. Yes, you bind it like a texture so it can be used like okay. So let's go to play. And, well, can I draw texture? No, okay. So after all of that drawing, down here, I'm going to do GL bind, bind texture, GL texture 2D, game data frame buffer dot texture. I need to make sure textures are enabled. Or they are enabled. Okay, that's fine. Then vertex 3f 0 0 platform height, and then I'm just going to stretch the frame buffer across the entire window so it'll mess up the aspect ratio. You gave up on dishes. Back to the sofa. That's funny. And I guess we need texture coordinates. GL text coord 2D 0 0 1 1 0. So probably GL load identity would be a good idea. Then down here, GL push matrix. I suppose we've pushed all the matrices and popped all the matrices from all our previous operations, so that's not really necessary. Okay, no translations going on. Now, how do we bind up this thing? Okay, so bind frame buffer. Okay, so before all the game rendering, clear color, bind the frame buffer, do everything, then unbind the frame buffer, go back to the screen, then clear the screen, and I'll clear the screen to black. Then draw the frame buffer on the screen. Oh, wrong. GL bind frame buffer ext. Really? That doesn't exist? That's concerning. Game data. Speaking of ramen, I'm making ramen for dinner tonight. Game data frame buffer dot object. So why doesn't glbind frame buffer ext work? Glbind frame buffer ext. Implicit declaration, huh? Maybe we don't need the ext. GLBind frame buffer, target frame buffer. That seems normal, right? What do I need the ext for? Like, all the functions had ext in them. I was curious, but I just let it go, let it go. Alright. Implicit declaration of glbind frame buffer? Really? Really? GLX. Am I using glue? I should be using glue. 3D. Kero GL. Platform. Glue. I'm not using the OpenGL extension wrangler. What a fool. What an utter blind fool. Glue.h not found. Well, anyway, guys, I would love to continue streaming. I'm kind of in the middle of something. But what time is it here? It's 2 p.m., just past 2. But I really have stuff to do. I would love to just keep programming. Huh. It was warning me about stuff, but it's still compiled. So I guess I wonder if I just get rid of this and get rid of that. Warnings, but exited with code 0. Oh. And we don't bind any frame buffers. There we go. Alright, we're back to functioning, at least for the end of the stream. But I need to go. I've got stuff to do. Thanks for hanging out, guys. It's been a blast programming, and next time I'll get frame buffers rendering so that I can start work on the level editor. Actually, I might do that during the week when I'm not streaming. Who knows? Anyway, catch ya another time.